Good morning, it's 8 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai, has announced a new Dubai Metro Gold Line, marking the city's largest public transport expansion. The 34 billion dirhams project will add about 25% to the metro network and is set for completion by 2032. The 42-kilometer line will be fully underground, connecting 15 key areas across Dubai. Officials say the project will boost connectivity as the city continues to grow. The Sharjah Chamber of Commerce and Industry has discussed ways to boost trade and investment with India's private sector. The talks aim to strengthen business ties and expand opportunities between Sharjah and India. SCCI Chairman Abdullah Sultan Al Owais met with India's ambassador to the UAE, Dr. Deepak Mittal, to explore further collaboration. Officials highlighted Sharjah's business-friendly environment and its potential as a hub for Indian companies. Lufthansa Group has cut around 20,000 flights from its summer schedule as fuel costs rise due to the Iran conflict. The cuts are mainly on short-haul routes and signal a challenging season for European airlines. Instead of expanding, airlines are now focusing on profitability and earning more per flight. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, the sound of success. Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Mira Business FM, the morning drive. Here in the UAE, petrol prices are forecast to edge higher next month. It follows a brief dip earlier this year towards the end of last year. Joining us in the studio, as I mentioned just now, global oil and gas expert, strategic advisor at Ernst & Young Parthenon, Karan Gupta, to help us break down what's driving the market and what we can all expect, really. Karan, great to have you in the studio.
Pleasure to be here, Tim. Thank you.
We've talked over Zoom before, but it's always nice to kind of be eye to eye, of course. Look, let's start. What are the main reasons, if I can keep this relatively low level for the reasons of my grey matter, the main reasons the petrol prices in the UAE are expected to rise in February?
Well, thank you, Tim. Thank you for having me. So the simple reason really is that there's more cars on the road, right?
Yeah.
Statistics from SALIC and RTA show that there was a 9% increase in new registrations last year. Mm-hmm. So there is, more cars on the road, and as we all know from the traffic this morning when you drove in, there's the population is only going to increase. But specifically in the short term and in the last couple of months, there's been a lot of geopolitical activity in the region.
Sure.
First of all, in Venezuela, where there was some events. Venezuela used to produce 880,000 barrels in December, and that fell to about 350,000 in Jan. So that's affecting the oil price. And then in Iran, we see naval forces from a foreign country moving into regional waters.
Geopolitical tensions,
yes,
as people term it, yeah, for sure.
So real, geopolitical tensions, and then, half of the world's exported oil on a daily basis goes through the Strait of Hormuz, yeah, which has had issues in the past. So there's a risk premium in the oil price, mm-hmm, and that's being factored in to what we're paying at the pump.
Okay, and of course that has a major influence on what we pay at the pumps here, because every month, prices are reevaluated.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Gas prices move highly in correlation with oil prices, and albeit there's a little bit of a lag. So oil prices, for example, increased $8 a barrel in January compared to December. And so, there is a chance that gets reflected in fuel prices. There are other reasons why the gas prices might move, factors such as refining margins and seasonal demand. But largely correlated with oil prices.
I mean, at the moment, for most people, we're reading of events in Venezuela, and we'll talk maybe a little bit more about Venezuela if we have time slightly later on. But we're reading about that. We're reading about, global geopolitical tension. Can you just go into a little bit more detail about how things like this, events like naval build-ups or President Trump's introduction into Venezuela, let's put it that way, the role that they play in pushing fuel prices higher?
Sure. So, as I said, fuel prices are, what we pay at the gas here in the UAE, mm-hmm, is dependent on oil prices. But when it comes to setting the fuel price in the UAE, that's done on a monthly basis by this committee, right? And they don't use just the price of Brent crude. They look at international benchmarks.
Yes.
And that's why something that happens halfway across the world may affect what we pay at the pump here. So when it comes to Venezuela, what happens is there's now a risk factor that's priced into the price of oil. And that affects international benchmarks because that affects trade. Because no one country, is able to produce and survive on their own. There's imports and exports. So sure, the world is so interconnected. And that's why you see when benchmark prices rise, whether that's oil or diesel, you see an effect in the decision-making when it comes to setting the fuel price in the UAE.
Okay, and most people talk about Brent crude as being a benchmark, WTI West Texas Intermediary, as those are the two, I guess, big global benchmarks, aren't they, when it comes to determining, an oil price average, really?
Those are definitely the global benchmark when it comes to looking at oil prices. Those are what you and I know of. The Fuel Pricing Committee actually uses the S&P Platts oil index out of Singapore, and then for diesel they use another S&P index out of northwestern Europe, and that kind of reflects the amount of diesel or natural gas being used for heating homes, for example.
Okay. What impact does OPEC and production decisions have on fuel prices in the UAE?
So OPEC today produces more than 40% of OPEC countries produce more than 40% of all the oil, right? Previously that was higher, that was above 50%. So while their say is reducing as the U.S. expands production, as they have been over the last couple of years, they are still extremely influential. And that's why you see the UAE, Saudi, and key OPEC members making decisions such as production cuts or production freezes, because they're trying to temper or counteract the supply situation in the market.
This is interesting. I don't spend a lot of time talking about oil with people, and it's kind of, there's a juxtaposition there. I think you live in a country where the economy is so, or has been historically so impacted by the oil price, and it's so relevant for all of us here. And I think a lot of us don't. It's almost like we don't take it for granted, but we don't pay as much attention because it's omnipresent. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's kind of so. It's fascinating to talk to you, even though we're talking at a relatively simple level, which of course is good. Global oil supply to me it appears relatively stable. The market is well supplied, perhaps oversupplied. Some would argue, I think. So if that's the case, why are prices under such pressure?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There is in fact an oversupply in the market, according to the International Energy Agency. That tracks these things, there is supposed to be a surplus of 4 million barrels per day throughout the year. So there is an oversupply, and that supply is driven primarily by the Americas and the production coming out of there. But that's tempered by sort of production freezes coming out of OPEC countries such as the UAE. So OPEC members are showing remarkable constraint for the greater good. But the sort of the pricing pressure that you're seeing at what you're paying at the pumps is again based on geopolitical activity. And in fact, I would say that you would see a much higher spike, but that's being tempered by the oversupply. So there's this sort of push and pull or give or take when it comes to pricing.
It's a really fine balancing act, isn't it? So let's look close to home and look at if you can kind of outline how the UAE's monthly fuel pricing system works for petrol and for diesel.
Sure. So interestingly enough, before 2015, UAE fuel price was subsidized. So we'd pay a lot less than the rest of the world.
Yeah.
But since 2015, when the government has now modernized and moved with the market, which is actually good for everyone, the UAE prices are set on a monthly basis. So there's a fuel pricing committee, which is made up of members from the Ministry of Energy, the Ministry of Finance, representatives from ADNOC, ENOC, all of these companies. And instead of just using the Brent crude price that you and I know about and talk about a lot, they use this international S&P Platts index, which reflect traded prices in Singapore as well as for diesel, the index coming out of northwestern Europe. And they look at that as a primary factor, but then they also look at things such as refining margins. And because, for example, let's say there's an issue with a refinery and not as much crude is getting refined to be in a state where you can fill up your car, that might have an effect on supply of fuel that month. So they look at things like that as well before they make a final decision on what next month's pricing will be.
Okay, and that could be something as simple as, I don't know, a particular refining plant could have a breakdown or an issue, really as simple as that. Could it be that refining costs or seasonal demand are affecting prices this month, do you think?
This month is hard to say. I mean, it depends on, how much natural gas is being used to heat homes in Canada or the UK, so how bad the winter was.
I mean, it's been. I mean, anecdotally, I know. I've got family in the UK. It's cold, so
Yeah.
they're using
Yeah,
using
absolutely.
heating
So
more.
it can be a driver because
Yeah.
that would affect the index, the international index that we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
So those are definitely factors. I would say in the UAE maybe we're a little bit insulated and we're not feeling that as much. But global demand cycles, how much heating oil is needed,
Yeah.
definitely play a part. But I think in this part of the world, apart from the geopolitical factors we talked about earlier, I think refining costs probably matter more.
Let's look at this and on a slightly more consumer level. What does a small increase in petrol prices mean for households? But also, and I think this is probably a more interesting thing for businesses as well.
Well,
Let's look at the impact.
Sure. I mean, I would say, do you drive an electric car or a gas-powered car? That would make a difference.
I'm good old internal combustion engine, unfortunately. I suppose.
Absolutely. So if you drive an ICE vehicle, you're gonna feel a little bit of a pinch. As a consumer, I fill up about once a week. I think that's average in the UAE, and it costs me about 150 dirhams. So let's say prices were to go up 6% next month at the most. That translates to 9 dirhams every time I fill up. So 40 to 50 dirhams a month on a household, significant, I think. But what's more significant, like you said, are businesses, right? Because businesses, especially those that rely on transport a lot, logistics businesses, your food delivery companies that we all love in the UAE, those will definitely feel more of a pinch because this goes directly to their operating costs.
Yeah, it does. And it is as simple as, isn't it? If we see an increase of 5%, potentially there's a little bit going to be on top of your coffee that you buy in the supermarket, the tomatoes that you buy. It translates as simply as that. It's something that we don't really think about, but it's expensive, the weekly shop these days.
Yeah, absolutely. It all translates back to the consumer at the end of the day.
Yeah.
We'll feel it. We'll feel a little bit.
And the other way of looking at it as well, as a consumer, I suppose, is as you point out there, if you pay 9 dirhams a week more, you're paying, 40 or 50 dirhams a month over the course of a year. That's a pretty nice meal out for the family, isn't it? That
Absolutely.
You've spent on petrol. Okay. That gives us good perspective. Should we expect more increases in the coming months, do you think?
I think in the near term with
That's the how long is a piece of string question.
Yeah,
Pretty difficult to answer.
I wish I had a crystal ball, but I think with the current tensions that we see in the region and around the world, I think there's definitely a near to midterm effect where we'll see higher prices, but hopefully that eases out over the course of the year. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, it's very hard to say, isn't it? Yeah. I wanted to get your thoughts on something, just very briefly. The news stories over the last day or two, news that Saudi Arabia is lowering prices again for crude oil exports to Asia. And this is the light grade, Arab light grade crude, as it's called. So Asia's demand for Saudi crude rising. That's my first question, yes or no. Indian refiners perhaps replacing Russian oil with Middle Eastern supply. Does that point towards lower global oil prices when you see these kinds of actions?
So I'll start with your last.
There.
Yeah, I'll start with your last question first. So when it comes to pricing, that's largely dependent on supply and demand, right? Yeah. And we've talked about a couple of factors. There is an oversupply, so I think OPEC showing restraint is probably keeping prices in check at the moment. When it comes to Saudi lowering prices or Saudi sending more crude to Asia, they're probably feeding into the refineries, right? So the refineries in India can take that oil, and then India has shown in recent months and years that they're going to go to the lowest supplier of oil, lowest price supplier of oil, right? They started buying oil from Russia when they could, and they are a energy hungry country with the population and the energy demand, and they do produce oil, a significant amount of oil, but they can't keep up with the demand even internally, both consumer demand as well as demand from refineries. So I think it only makes sense that they're coming for light sweet crude from Saudi.
Okay. Final question, I suppose, and I guess in lots of ways, why did the US do what it did in Venezuela? Is it simply an oil play? I mean, there's clearly a great deal more at stake here, but you're here, so I need to ask the question.
Oh, that's putting me on the spot here.
It's a big one.
Look, I think what I can tell you is that the Gulf Coast refineries, that there's several refineries on the Gulf Coast in the US and there's some up in the Northeast, but they're set up to process crude oil, which typically comes from places such as Venezuela and Canada, oil sands in Canada. And now with easier access to some of that oil coming out of Venezuela, that'll feed the refineries and keep them busy. So it makes a lot of business sense.
Karan Gupta is a global oil and gas expert, making it easy for us this morning, and I appreciate that. You're also a strategic advisor at Ernst & Young Parthenon, and it's been good to talk to you. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Tim.
Really appreciate it. Mira Business FM, it's the morning drive. Get in touch with the show. Tell us what you think. Social media, a like, a subscribe is always appreciated. And remember, everything that we do, all the content we produce is available to listen and or watch again on our website, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts from. Just look for Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Good morning, it's 8:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The Sharjah Chamber of Commerce and Industry has discussed ways to boost trade and investment with India's private sector. The talks aim to strengthen business ties and expand opportunities between Sharjah and India. SCCI Chairman Abdullah Sultan Al Awais met with India's ambassador to the UAE, Dr. Deepak Mittal, to explore further collaboration. Officials highlighted Sharjah's business-friendly environment and its potential as a hub for Indian companies. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE and the ruler of Dubai, has announced a new Dubai Metro Gold Line, marking the city's largest public transport expansion. The 34 billion dirhams project will add about 25% to the metro network and is set for completion by 2032. The 42-kilometer line will be fully underground, connecting 15 key areas across Dubai. Officials say the project will boost connectivity as the city continues to grow. UAE motorists are unlikely to see a big drop in fuel prices in May. Oil prices have eased from March highs but remain relatively strong. Brent is trading near $99 while US crude is around $91 per barrel. Prices are set based on the previous month's average. This means May rates will reflect April's levels, which are still elevated. Lufthansa Group has cut around 20,000 flights from its summer schedule as fuel costs rise due to the Iran conflict. The cuts are mainly on short-haul routes and signal a challenging season for European airlines. Instead of expanding, airlines are now focusing on profitability and earning more per flight. And now a quick market and currency update for those tracking remittances. 1 dirham equals about 25.62 Indian rupees, 76.11 Pakistani rupees, 33.47 Bangladeshi taka, 16.48 Philippine peso, 14.16 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.91 dirhams today. And also, Bitcoin is trading at almost 77,700 USD. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
This is Mira Business FM. Good morning to you. It's the morning drive. A quick reminder, subscribe wherever you find us. We always appreciate that. Next up, there's a UAE startup show, and it's ditching the pitch drama for trust-driven deals. The details next here at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
This is the Morning Drive. The UAE's startup surge is getting a new twist, and it's one that moves away from flashy pitches to trust-based investing. And it's kind of rooted in the culture of the region. What are we talking about? It's a new TV show. Manish Dubey is a media veteran, 25 years across Disney, UTV, Ajtak, the news channel, Star News as well. And he's now leading a show called Falcons of Majlis, which is a new investment series. And the aim is to reshape how founders connect with capital in the region. I think that's the way it's being pitched as a show. And he's here. Manish, good to meet you.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you for calling.
It's good to have
Lovely
you
office.
with us. Do you like our
I loved your office.
you like the green and the plants?
Loved the energy. Love your camera. Love your technical setup. Everything.
it's
And
gonna
loved your
become-
energy, in fact.
It's going to become a media loving in a minute, isn't it? Let's talk about the show. Look, we've all seen these kind of startup pitch shows,
Yes.
right? They're famous in almost every market, TV market. So founders stand on stage and they battle for investment checks. What was the gap you guys thought in the startup kind of media landscape? Because this is a new format. What problem are you solving?
I think what we believe completely at the Falcons of Majlis is trust. The word trust plays very important role. Respect, again, that's part of UAE's culture, tradition. So we will focus on that respect, which means, like you rightly said, what would be the difference, right? So in our show, founder is not going to stand. Founder is going to sit with the Falcons, with the investors.
Okay.
He will not be judged on the numbers or on the presentations. He will be judged on the intentions and how passionate he is for his business, for his venture. So the evaluation process is more on a one-to-one basis.
Right.
Like the investors, they will try and understand the founders, his passion, his motive towards doing the business. That's the key element what the investors will be trying to
Okay, so I suppose so it's more about when you talk to somebody, a great idea is a great idea, great numbers, a great business plan, a great pitch.
Yeah.
That's a great
Yeah.
thing. But this is kind of feel, isn't it?
Exactly. The
Almost,
feel
right?
is
So-
very much important here.
Yeah. Okay.
Because the business side of it, the way we are structuring the entire episode in such a way that before appearing into the majlis, his business acumen, his business numbers, everything has been taken care of by the shortlisting committee, which we are calling it Majlis Council.
Okay.
They will be working on the numbers. They will evaluate the business, the proposals, their rationals, everything. On the show, when the startup is appearing on the show in front of Falcons, they will be evaluating him as an individual or her as an individual.
Okay.
That's the most important thing.
All right then. So you're jumping in at a different stage in the founder's journey,
So
aren't you?
it's more human.
Yeah.
It's more one-on-one rather than bashing his business ideas or bashing his numbers
Yeah.
or demeaning him in terms of his business acumen. We are not going to do that.
So none of the pitch kind of theatrics.
No drama, no theatrics.
Okay.
It's more of it's more relatable. That's the most important thing.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's a shift in kind of the usual format in many ways, but the setting, the kind of the Majlis concept, it's in the title. That's pretty distinct from what we're used to culturally here in this region. Everybody's aware of the Majlis idea, but that's going to reshape the kind of dynamic between the founders and the investors because that's quite intimate.
Exactly. And it's promise to access. What we realized while working on the format is that in UAE especially, money is secondary. What matters is the respect, trust, and the access. So what we are providing to the startup ecosystem is the access to the falcons. If you have a great idea, if you have a great business plan, if you are passionate towards your work, come to us. We'll fund you. And we are giving one promise to each and every startup that irrespective whether you will get the funding, capital or not, in some way you will get something from the show. If you're appearing on the show, that startup will get something. Maybe it could be smart capital. Maybe it could be access. Maybe it could be marketing support. Could be anything. But the promise, the deliverables from our side is very clear. The day startup is appearing on the show, he or she will get something out of it.
Okay, and access is kind of the key here, isn't it? That's the driver. All right then. So it's different from your usual formats, your Shark Tank, whatever else, in terms of outcome and intent. What were the lessons that you've learned from those that led you in this direction? Why the change? Because those are really successful formats.
Yeah. So I think we are just learning from the big IPs. And apart from that, the biggest learning for us is that we are going to respect startup. One thing one need to understand that the kind of passion and the kind of hard work one goes through while building his vision, it's very painful. No one has the right to demean that startup if he has the fund. So that's the biggest differentiator we are trying to bring in this show, where the respect, the integrity, the value system we are trying to bring in that. And storytelling. The most important thing is storytelling. How that startup is narrating his story, we are going to evaluate that thing.
Okay, and this is obviously investment storytelling, isn't it? So the process is curated kind of founder stories, the scrutiny phase.
Yes.
The chance then to get this kind of ticket to the Majlis,
Yes.
to sit with the founders, to get that access.
So
and
these are just added layers in the show.
Sure.
Yeah, exactly.
So then you've got these kind of the discussions, kind of the closed door discussions, and we're kind of eavesdropping on those discussions, watching the show. Is that, I mean, kind of, as a viewer?
Exactly. Absolutely.
Right, okay. What kinds of signals are you seeing from regional investors, from family offices, from what's the interest in this kind of approach?
A lot. Trust me, Tim, a lot. Okay. And the reason I'm saying a lot because, the kind of experience what we are bringing in from India also, like Mr. Shetty is mentoring the entire thing.
This is Sunil Shetty.
Mr. Sunil Shetty.
Okay.
One of our Bollywood stars, Chitrangada, she would be hosting the show.
Right.
So we are adding the right quotient of glamour, which will lead to the marketing side of it. We are adding the right credible names to the show, which will add the capital side of it. At the same time, when I'm saying that a startup will get something when he appears on the show, when she appears on the show, we are doing a lot of barter deals with different brands so that they can promise us on behalf of startup that they are going to get something from the show.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's always this kind of carrot being dangled that
and
there is something
it's not
to
a carrot.
come.
It's a genuine thing.
You know what I
Yes.
mean.
Yeah,
No, I don't
yeah,
mean that to be demeaning or rude in any way. It's just that's the kind of, you're always trying to attain something
Absolutely.
to get somewhere. Okay. So Sunil Shetty, very famous actor, film producer, also entrepreneur, has a very specific role. He's not negotiating deals though
No.
in this.
He's bridging the gap.
He's kind of the face, not the host, but the face of the show.
He's connecting the investors world with the
Right.
startup world.
So he's going to define who gets access.
Exactly. He's the authority. He's the mentor. He's going to set up the entire thing from his vision. Right. So the most important thing and the role of Mr. Shetty is that he's building the entire Majlis, if I can say that.
Yeah.
Where he's handpicking the falcons, the investors. He will be constantly in touch with the falcons. He will be constantly in touch with the shortlisted startups.
Gotcha.
We will mentor them. We will groom them. We will literally, the team is going to take care of the entire presentation side of it.
Okay.
And the startups they are going to face Falcons in that fashion.
And Sunil Shetty has a record of doing this. doesn't he?
Absolutely.
In
Absolutely.
India,
You won't
he-
believe Mr. Shetty has more than 35 startups invested already.
Right.
He's like, if I can call him the face of Bollywood when it comes to startup ecosystem is concerned in India. In fact, he launched 3 startup reality funding show in India, down India. So that's the reason we thought that Mr. Shetty is the right face for this kind of setup where we are trying to bring a different concept, deeply UAE rooted reality funding show in UAE.
Okay. So it's more about the person than the idea, as far as the viewer is concerned, the potential rather than the business pitch, right? Talk me through how the founders are evaluated beyond just that business idea. What can you
First,
tell us about that?
The most important thing, that founder has to have the UAE nationality.
Right.
The business should be related with UAE problems, and he's solving the UAE problems. That's the core basic premise we are considering for the show. The third one, how passionate he is in terms of his venture, and the most important, how good human being he is, because
Okay.
that will define his venture, that will define his culture, and at the end of the day, that will define his vision towards building that business. So
Okay.
that individual story matters a lot to us.
Right. Okay. For storytelling purposes, I mean, I can understand that. It makes a great deal of sense if you can create a
And that's what we are
narrative.
trying to sell. So in a typical way, a startup can go to DIFC and go to any investor and pitch his idea and get the fund, right?
Yeah.
But what we are trying to sell here is the founder and his story,
Right,
not his
okay.
business plan.
And the inherent
In a
value
storytelling
in that human being.
Exactly.
Okay. I mean, there will be cynics that will say, people in business aren't all good people. Why does that matter? But I suppose for the storytelling aspect of that, that's what sets this show apart. Is that the
Yeah, that matters a lot.
right? Okay. So the idea is to shift focus to see whether a founder is really ready to build something that's meaningful, that has value, that offers something. This is not just about raising capital. So that's the difference. What kinds of startups are you looking at? What kinds of ideas from founders do you think are most likely to succeed from a model like this?
So finally, what we have been going through, or what we've been getting calls and everything, it's more of a related with the fintech and the fintech sustainability side of it. Tech startup a lot, especially that's the base of UAE. But frankly, apart from that, we are looking at the space where some kind of innovations in terms of entrepreneurship also will work. So imagine Tim coming to us with some kind of innovations in RJing. Tim wants to do some kind of RJ classes in UAE and build talents.
Okay.
So somewhere you are building and you are contributing to the UAE's economy. So that's the most important thing. It's not necessarily it should have the tech background. Some innovations and some talent hunt, which is indirectly contributing to the UAE economy. We would love to have them
Okay.
on board.
One of the things I noticed from reading about you guys, reading about the show, is that it is nation aligned. And you've made that kind of quite clear in the last few minutes. But it strikes me that what's one of the things that's really important is cultural context. You're designing a show. You're based in Mumbai, but you're designing a show for a Middle East audience. And I think, you seem very aware that we want to pitch this in the right way. I mean, hence the Majlis.
Absolutely. And that's the vision of NKN Media, a company which I'm representing right now for the Falcons of Majlis. We are very much clear that more than 200 plus nationalities are living here, right? So the culture is different. The sensibilities are different. And we have to match up all the traditional values of UAE along with the 200 nationalities, their style of thinking. We are trying to build everything together. And that's, someone was telling me yesterday that somewhere it represents India also. I said, so what's harm in that? So for a startup, imagine if that startup is a Hindi speaking guy and wants to express himself in Hindi language. I'll say, please go ahead. What is most important is your passion towards your work, right? Your idea. That's the most important thing. And we would love to have him on board.
As long as it makes a good show.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the point, isn't it? Okay, so what about the Falcons? I need to ask you about the Falcons because they're the ones that are going to be offering the resources in the end, I suppose. You probably can't tell me who the Falcons are going to be.
That's the most secretive part. Right
I had
now.
a feeling
You
it
have
would be.
yeah.
But what types of Falcons?
I think we are focusing more of a family offices,
Okay.
people with monies, people,
Useful?
yeah, people who believes in people. That's the most important.
Right.
So that rationality has to be there.
So we can expect some famous names from the
Yeah,
UAE,
definitely.
maybe the region, or is it
Definitely,
this is just
definitely.
UAE for now?
So our positioning is very, very much clear when it comes to Falcons of Majlis.
Yeah.
It's by the UAE for the UAE.
Okay.
So the faces, Falcons would be from UAE, and the startup would be from UAE only. That's our season one.
Okay. I mean, with lots of these shows, I mean, I'm aware of a couple of shows in the UK. That's where I'm from, obviously. I'm well aware of The Apprentice, Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I can't think of anybody from those shows who've gone on to a major business success off the top of my head. I'm not trying massively hard, but it doesn't jump to mind straight away. But I guess that's not the most important thing. The entertainment
Yes.
side is the most
Yes,
important
yes.
thing. But it also strikes me that were you to get a really successful idea, something that really kind of fits with the mood at the moment, maybe, that would be a great thing. So what would success look like for this show to you? How would you categorize a hit?
How many number of startups we tried and make them successful? That's the success we are trying to achieve. It's not about generally, it's not about the TRPs. It's not about the viewership. What we are trying to achieve, how many startups we are building in season one, that's the most important thing. And that's the takeaway we'll be taking in season two and claim that we have funded these many startups, we have mentored these many startups, and we changed the vision of these many startups. That's the most important thing.
Just the contribution, really.
Yes. So it's if generally we at NKN Media, we are not focusing on numbers. We are purely focusing on helping and growing startups and their vision.
But if you get the numbers, that's a nice side benefit as well.
Of course, that's the bonus. That's the
Right.
bonus. But the vision is not that. The target is not that.
Okay. What do you think the show says about the startup funding culture, where we're headed globally? Because there is so much emphasis here in the UAE on startups to encourage people to go into business. It's great for an economy. You employ people, you contribute. I mean, that's a good thing to do. But what does something like this tell you about that attitude?
I think you need to see in two different aspects. One is businesses, which has a core a business value, which has been done at some corporate office, DIFCs, and the Hub 71 and those side. And the second one is businesses through the content side. So what we are trying to build is businesses through the content side, through the storytelling. So this is the new. It's an innovation which Shark Tank has been doing it for the longest period of time. But again, that's a TV format. What we are translating this TV format into a content side of storytelling, which is content leads to commerce. That's the idea we are trying to approach in this.
Okay. So where do we watch it, by the way? What channels?
So right now we are in talks with few OTT channels.
Right.
We are in talks with few broadcasting channels. It won't be on GEC for sure, because we believe that this is a serious show. This is a business show, and let's treat it like a business show.
Right.
So it will be. I can give you names of Indian channels, TV channels, which we already logged the deal. It will be on the TV Today network and Aaj Tak,
Right.
on their international stream. We are in talks with some OTTs, and definitely the content will be on digital media across all NKN media verticals.
Okay, well, I was going to ask that. What about here in the UAE? How would we watch it here in the UAE?
I think it's on digital stream of Aaj Tak and TV Today. It's on TV.
Okay.
For sure, you can watch it on.
All right then. So season one's going to focus on startups, UAE specific challenges. Is this a model that you're going to think about expanding beyond the UAE?
Definitely.
Regionally, maybe?
Definitely.
Internationally?
So right now, season one would be, we are focusing on UAE. Season two, we might spread it to GCC. Season three could be your Indo-GCC kind of exchange of ideas and startups.
Okay.
Then globally. So the vision is very much clear how we are going to proceed further.
All right then. Well, let's wait and see. I know that you launch, May the 8th? Is that right?
Right now, yes, the date is on 8th.
So we'll come back to you on that. But
And I would love to have you on that day, on the day of our launch.
I think
Please block your
it's a fascinating idea. It is the more, I don't know, human aspect of it. I'm interested in that, the storytelling, the narrative side of it. Focus of Majlis is the show. It's launching hopefully May the 8th. Manish Dubey is the show runner. He's the guy kind of running the whole thing. And I appreciate you coming in to talk to us.
Thank you so much, Tim. Thank
Good to
you
have
so
you
much
here.
for calling me. Thank you.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 9 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai's Community Development Authority has signed an agreement with Louis Vuitton to boost career opportunities for Emiratis and people of determination. The partnership will offer training and jobs in areas like retail, craftsmanship, and fashion. It also focuses on workplace inclusion with tailored support and opportunities for for people of determination. Officials say the move supports long-term career growth and strengthens Dubai's focus on empowerment and skills development. UAE motorists are unlikely to see a big drop in fuel prices in May. Oil prices have eased from March highs but remain relatively strong. Brent is trading near $99 while the US crude is around $91 per barrel. Prices are set on the previous month's average. This means May rates will reflect April's levels, which are still elevated. Tesla is planning to spend more than $25 billion this year, increasing investment in AI, robotics, and chips. CEO Elon Musk said the spending is aimed at building future revenue streams. However, investors reacted cautiously, sending Tesla shares lower after the announcement. The company is shifting focus towards self-driving technology and robotics as part of its long-term strategy. Lufthansa Group has cut around 20,000 flights from its summer schedule as fuel costs rise due to the Iran conflict. The cuts are mainly on short-haul routes and signal a challenging season for European airlines. Instead of expanding, airlines are now focusing on profitability and earning more per flight. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our Telegram and WhatsApp. This is Mira Business FM.
This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. Good morning to you. Always, one thing that we appreciate is a quick subscribe. So hit that wherever you join us from. And we thank you. Next up, how Dubai SMEs are surviving thanks to communities, business communities, and why connection is the next capital. That is next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. Running a small business in Dubai is tough. It's particularly tough at the moment. But there is support in the right communities. From connections to real opportunities, they are essential networks. So, Katie Keenan is the CEO of BCCD, and that's the British Chamber of Commerce Dubai. And she's here to talk about how groups like hers are helping SMEs stay afloat and grow. It's good to meet you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
You're very welcome. It's good to have you here. Let's get rid of a couple of notions to start with. A Chamber of Commerce used to be kind of a quite formal luncheon type place, swapping the business cards, shaking hands. 2026, it's not really that anymore, is it? It's kind of shifted. It's almost more, and at the moment, I suppose this is particularly true, it's more of a crisis response tool, isn't it?
Well, it's all things to all people.
Right.
I mean, everything you've said is covered. So as a chamber, those that have been in Dubai for long enough will remember the BBG. So we started as the British Business Group, working very closely with the British Embassy and the Department for Business and Trade. We're actually based on the embassy and have a very, very strong relationship. So we're a membership organisation, been in existence now for 39 years. And through that time, through various changes of boards and business teams, chairpersons, the flavour and the nature of what we provide has changed slightly. But in the fundamental is that we support businesses that are British, that support British brands. Largely, 60% of our membership are actually owner-managed businesses.
Okay.
But we also have in our membership universities, chartered institutes, the banks, accountancy firms, law firms, construction companies. It's
pretty wide, isn't it?
It's 29 sectors, so I'm a very proud generalist.
Okay. Well, that's good, because that's the only way I can do this job, to be honest. Is it just British firms? How does the membership work?
So we're very reflective of the amazing culture that we have here in Dubai. So predominantly there must be a British nexus. So either that's your British passport, or you're educated in the UK, or you're supporting British brands. Okay,
I'm with you. So how does the diversity of your membership, and it is pretty broad if you've got 29 particular areas, how does that help businesses here? Do you get kind of cross-pollination between, I don't know, a UK-based tech startup maybe, who can help a logistics firm, if there's a supply chain, that kind of thing?
Absolutely, yeah. With a full ecosystem.
Yeah.
So majority of our members are based here already in the UAE. Some of our members have been here for 40 years and have been members for almost that entire length of time, because they see this as an opportunity for building their network, which is their net worth. So they have their chosen partners, but also where the opportunity is where you've got UK companies coming through, either from their local British chambers in the UK or anywhere else around the world. They come to Dubai, they come to Abu Dhabi, they come to Ras Al Khaimah, and they're on a trade mission and they're wanting to meet, the local company set up, a lawyer, someone to advise them on what school to go to. So throughout the year, we actually host over 80 events throughout the year. So that can be 2 or 3 a week. And the format of those are, as I said, kind of to please everybody, anything from informal networking at a breakfast, an evening, because obviously some people prefer the mornings to the evenings. And then we also have business briefings, which can attract about 150 senior delegates. And that will be focused on it could be the construction sector, it could be changes in the employment law, it could be healthcare, could be education, and a lot on well-being, because a lot of our annual partners are actually focused in the healthcare sector.
Okay. I just went to my notes there because I liked network is net worth. So I'm going to steal that, if you don't mind.
Please.
In the future. What are the benefits of an association like BCCD? If I'm a bakery or a consultancy, how does being part of an organisation like this help me? I mean, particularly, I'm thinking about now because times are tough at the moment.
So something that I'm extremely proud of, and we have an incredible business team that really gets to know everybody in the membership.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a secret sales team. So through the onboarding process, a company that registers their interest, they'll speak to one of the membership managers and they'll straight away be kind of locked into this Rolodeck of contacts. So a company could come to us to say, we don't even know where to start. And straight away through that individualization, we can work out, oh, you need to speak to this person, oh, you're a good fit for that company, or have you considered that you might need cybersecurity, local advice rather than using your UK partner. So it's this full suite of a proposition that we provide, but we're built very much on reciprocity. So the most active, most successful members are those that come to a networking event, not for what's in it for me, but actually how can I help somebody else? And that's, I mean, personally, I'm a serial connector. I really love connecting people, and that's really the culture that we've been able to grow within the British Chamber.
It's a really useful thing, isn't it? So it's kind of we would hopefully encourage kind of a pay it forward
Absolutely.
kind of ethos.
Yeah.
Okay. Business isn't just about the bottom line. It's not just about figures. It's about people. How does the network use that? Use what it has to help the human side of things, because that's something that is also key at the moment. Things like, I don't know, keeping staff morale up, or dealing with office stress, or just the pressures of the day-to-day.
Yeah, and as you say, particularly now, so
it is
communication and connectivity and community, just happen to all begin with C, are really, really key. So I was fortunate enough to be involved in the Chamber through the pandemic. So as we know, nobody could have prepared for what really has happened in the last few weeks. But there are similarities to when we went through the pandemic. So businesses were really struggling at that point too. So we kind of brushed off the handbook of what worked well there. And it was the consistency and clarity of communication. So we were able to amplify messages coming from the British Embassy. We were able to help with their collation of information about residents and what the sentiment was. And we also worked really closely to help those tourists, the British tourists that were stranded here. So our role as a chamber is always very fluid. It's like when it's good, it's all about connecting businesses. But actually in times of strife, it's about how can we help? Who can we signpost you to? And it's also listening. So we're part of the Dubai Chamber International Business Network. And I've actually been to Dubai Chamber's HQ probably about 5 times since this started. They've been incredible at providing this feedback loop so that they invite the chairs and the CEOs of the British business, the Italian, Canadian, French, Ukrainian, we're all there speaking directly to the leadership of Dubai Chamber, who are then speaking to the government to really help understand what those pain points are and to quickly aid that process.
There's been a real sort of banding together, hasn't there been? And I think maybe we don't really appreciate this because I kind of think we're so affected by what we see in the press, what we see on social media, and most of us realise that a large part of that is nonsense. And you kind of forget that actually this is a city, this is a country where we're kind of thrown together, but people do kind of band together. There is sort of we're in this together mentality.
Definitely. We definitely see that across all nationalities.
Yeah.
My daughters have been online learning, and everybody in their class is coming from a different geographical location. So even from the education perspective, the children that are being raised in the UAE aren't just thinking about how this impacts me here, but they're thinking about their friend and, perhaps they have family in Lebanon. They'll be very sensitive to what they're going through, not just their experience here, but that kind of wider family network as well.
The key is the awareness of it as well, isn't it? Because, it is a very different place to grow up, I guess. What about the practical side of BCCD? And I mean, associations like yours generally, could you put that into some kind of context, that the real practical nuts and bolts help that businesses can kind of draw on?
Definitely. So again, things that have worked really well through this. So we have a weekly update that goes out every Thursday. So that reaches over 8,000 qualified leads. So that's UK businesses looking to the region. Right. So from a member's perspective, that's an amazing amplification of their expertise. And also from, showcasing Dubai as an amazing business landscape. When through the pandemic, we actually didn't do webinars. It was like a conscious decision.
Okay.
I think everyone was sick of screens, but we were actually the first chamber and business group to go back to live events. So my favourite story, which I've been telling a lot recently, is through working with Dubai Municipality and our hotel venue partners, we were the first to have an in-person event. Everybody was very nervous, and I was extremely proud of the business team, because ultimately, if they didn't feel confident running the event, then we wouldn't have done it. But we worked with Media One Hotel, who's one of our venue partners, and we had 2 glass jars at the front of by the registration desk. One had red wristbands, which meant I'm really nervous, I'd rather you not shake my hand, and I'd rather keep social distancing. Okay. And the other glass jar had green wristbands, which was, I'm relieved to get out the house, I want to continue with my business, I'm happy to shake hands, I'm all about it. We had to refill that green wristband jar 3 times. Okay. The feeling in that room, the noise level, it was almost overwhelming. And that was the same for the events once we carried on through this. We had over 100 members at our first breakfast networking after this event, and we've been fully booked in all of our events since.
It's remarkable when you think back to the COVID time. I mean, your COVID manual is probably still sat on the desk, I suppose, and it's not been put back on the shelf. But it's remarkable to think back to that. And I've almost completely forgotten that the social distancing thing happened, and how nervous we all were, how much we didn't know, that hopefully we now do know. Are you seeing more companies seeking out your community at the moment?
Yeah, it's a really good question, because when I look at our new members, obviously love having new members, but one of my favourite stats is the returning members. Okay. So it's those that from years ago had a bad experience, or they didn't feel they needed it. When they come back, for me, that gives me a lot of joy.
I can understand that. It's like somebody's come to my party.
Yeah,
sort of thing, isn't it?
It's like, good, you're back.
I've got friends.
You see the value, and probably they'll stay even longer, because I think. But actually, through this, what's giving me the most joy are the British companies that might not have felt they needed the level of community that we've been providing, and suddenly they do. And that, for me, from leading the business team that cares so deeply and are so proud of the brand, to actually have somebody saying, I love what you're doing, you're a beacon for communication, we really understand your positioning in the market. That, for me, has been our biggest success through this period.
I suppose it brings it all back into focus, doesn't it? When something adverse happens, you appreciate the things that maybe you should have appreciated a bit more. It's been a really strange time the last 50 days, I think, for a lot of people, and there's still a lot of uncertainty in the air. So how do you adapt what you do in terms of the support that you offer, the service that you offer, as economic pressures evolve? Because what you're telling people one day could tomorrow be completely different.
Yeah, and that's been really key, actually. It was our ambassador, His Majesty's Ambassador Edward Hobart, said on a town hall recently that he urged UK PLCs to come out of crisis operations and start operating in this new normal. Because there is this paralysis where some companies have just thought, I can't cope. And, understandably, those that came through the pandemic that had a really tough time will be thinking it's too soon, the muscle memory is still there, can I do this? But there is so much economic support now. So at Dubai Chamber yesterday, they were saying the banks do have liquidity, but the message is engage with your bank, engage with your relationship manager as soon as possible, because there is structuring, there is situational lending available. There's signposting to debt advisors through legal, and that's something that we've been doing in addition to our weekly update, is a regional specific update, which has incredible open rates. It was like 60% open rate, but it's specifically looking at how to help companies and the main thing is seek advice as soon as possible.
Yeah, communicate.
Yeah, cash flow will be an issue, I'm sure, particularly for the hospitality sector or any companies that are related to the hospitality sector. So that was the immediate concern for the government. And now, obviously the whole supply chain's affected, the construction sector will be affected, but it's all about the word that's overused, but I do love pivoting. If you were expecting to get your materials in a traditional way that's not now working, how else can you get them? Could that actually open up a new partnership? But in all of this, it's all about good business. So it's making sure this, the causality effect, chicken and egg. It's the supplier and the buyer have to be doing good business for this all to keep working for a stronger recovery. As soon as people default on their relationship or a contract or a promise, there's a whole dominoes effect. And that's what I really hope not to see.
Yeah.
Because I do strongly believe that Dubai will bounce back. I think we'll all have whiplash, and we'll be in Q3, Q4 unable to get anywhere because every venue, every event that's been postponed will likely now fall in Q3, Q4.
Well, it's going to be capacity, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's going to be the issue, I guess. Pivot's a great word. I offer you another word, and this is the word for Dubai. It's bounce back ability.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the word we've been using. Along with resilience, that's the other word at the moment, but I don't want to bring that in today. You speak to lots of business owners, I guess, hundreds, I suppose, over the course of your average month. When we say it's getting tougher to run a small business in Dubai right now, it doesn't need to be. It's irrelevant me making statements like that, but I'm interested in the pain points that people highlight to you, whether it's cash flow, if it's regulatory, or if it's, I don't know, employee stress, whatever it is. What do people tell you?
So 60% of our membership, as I mentioned, are owner-managed businesses, and that's anything from a window cleaner through to a large consultancy firm. What I'm really fascinated about, it's around that employment structure. So quite often with a small business, they can't afford the level of expertise of, for example, a CFO, a financial officer, chief financial officer.
Yeah.
So there are lots of new disruptive models that are actually really helping the SME community. So it's called fractional recruitment.
Right.
So what happens is you have a top lawyer, a top finance director, a top marketing director. They may have chosen not to be working full-time in a large organization. There are now agencies that help match them to smaller companies where they might be more time poor. So the obvious demographic are women returning to work.
Yep.
So, for example, when I returned back to work, I didn't want to do 9 to 5 would have been normal, but the 8 till 6, which is the most obvious. So I was looking for part-time work, but I brought with me huge amounts of expertise of working in financial institutions and trade and marketing. So now I would go to one of these fractional recruitment agencies and say, this is all my expertise. I can do 3 mornings a week. So then the SME thinks, brilliant, because I can't afford a full-time, ex-Saatchi and Saatchi marketing director.
Right.
But I can afford this small. So actually, I think there's an opportunity now to really shape who you have around your boardroom, who you have in your senior leadership, because the companies that I see that are faring as well as possible are those that were really scrutinised and had that level of expertise from UK PLCs, from international, that were policing cash flow early on, not scaling too quickly,
Right.
And making really conscious and intuitive decisions.
We've got a minute left. Loads of questions that I haven't even got to, actually. We should have booked you for an hour.
I can come back.
Thanks. Let me ask you just one more question. I always think of your an organisation like BCC as a network, as a networking opportunity in many ways, because that's kind of the primary driver, I suppose. In your experience, let me ask you this, and I'm terrible at this because I can't network. I just end up saying stupid things, and people walk away thinking, "Why am I talking to the weird guy?" So, what's the big mistake when you see small businesses and they don't network? Is that the biggest mistake a small business can do? Should people just think to themselves, look, I need to get out there more? Is that the key?
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I don't think many people enjoy networking, and that's how we design all of our events.
It's not easy.
It's not, and it's daunting. It's like going into the school playground on your first day. It's like, oh, I don't know who to speak to.
Yeah.
So we're very inclusive. The whole team get to know members so that even as they're walking towards registration, I have to mention Corey from our events team. He's like human AI. He'll have looked the night before to see the LinkedIn profiles, as long as it's a photo that's not, you're not corporately catfishing somebody. But he'll straight away say, hello, and they don't even have to say their name. And then one of the other membership managers will then say, oh, I need to introduce you to XYZ. and we're constantly scanning the room to make sure that everybody is speaking to somebody that's useful. I mean, that's our day-to-day.
That's an assigned role kind of thing,
Yeah.
isn't it? Okay. Does Corey know he's human AI, by the way?
He does, yeah.
Is he listening? Yeah.
I hope so.
All right.
Scanning.
Oh, man. Katie Keenan is the CEO of BCCD, it's the British Chamber of Commerce in Dubai. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you.
Thank you for the time. Thanks.
Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Good morning, it's 9:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai, has announced a new Dubai Metro Gold Line, making the city's largest public transport expansion. The 34 billion dirhams project will add about 25% to the network or to the metro network and is set for completion by 2032. The 42-kilometer line will be fully underground, connecting 15 key areas across Dubai. Officials say the project will boost connectivity as the city continues to grow. Tesla is planning to spend more than $25 billion this year, increasing investment in AI, robotics, and chips. CEO Elon Musk, and the spending is aimed at building future revenue streams. However, investors reacted cautiously, sending Tesla shares lower after the announcement. The company is shifting focus toward self-driving technology and robotics as part of its long-term strategy. Lufthansa Group has cut around 20,000 flights from its summer schedule as fuel costs rise due to the Iran conflict. The cuts are mainly on short-haul routes and signal a challenging season for European airlines. Instead of expanding, airlines are now focusing on profitability and earning more per flight. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at around 78,000 USD. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.62 Indian rupees, 76.11 Pakistani rupees, 33.47 Bangladeshi taka, 16.48 Philippine peso, 14.16 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound equals 4.95 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our WhatsApp and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. Something different next. The Saudi camel racing team, I kid you not, they've secured a breakthrough podium finish in Oman. The details coming up next.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's the morning drive. It is Mira Business FM with me, Tim Elliott. A quick reminder to subscribe or wherever you're joining us from. Next up, momentum is building in camel racing, and it says the Saudi camel racing team has secured its best ever finish with a podium result in Oman. We're going to talk now to Omar Al Maina, who has ditched comfy office chairs, never-ending business meetings, to dive into a camel quest adventure. Omar, it's good to have you on the show.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us.
Do you know, I want to talk about the milestone with you, the debut of your Star Camel and what comes next. So I guess let's start there, really. Congratulations. You kind of announced your arrival on the regional stage. It's a big statement. It's a big deal, a podium finish. Just paint a picture for us, if you would, Omar, about what, what turned out to be a really historic day for your team.
Oman was Oman. Obviously, we got a podium finish there of second. We just finished in Qatar as well.
All right.
We got second as well. So two races on the bounce with podium finishes, which is a good feeling. Finally.
Yeah. It's been a while. I mean, the thing is, we're talking to you. This is something really different for us. I don't remember doing a camel racing interview, certainly not in the recent past. But tell us a little bit about your story, because normally I know you do this with a childhood friend, Safwan, who's not with us today. But just fill in the background gaps, if you would.
Sure. So for me personally, I come from a background of finance and marketing.
Right.
From the US. That's my background, and I used to work for banks like Citibank and HSBC back in the day.
Gotcha.
But then I left and ventured on my own, working in a lot of different places with my own business. Some did well, some didn't, which is the nature of the game. Then COVID hit, and then I met up with Safwan, my childhood friend from 20 plus years.
Yeah.
I feel old now.
Join the club.
So he's been a hotelier for his whole life, and in 2020 we decided to go into the camel business.
But that's I don't mean to butt in there, but that's okay. We decided to go into the camel business. It's not a phrase I hear every day, because you two have kind of completely left your sort of corporate lives behind, haven't you? Your camel racing and filmmaking and generating content. This is now what you do.
Yeah, this is 100% what we do. We left everything behind. Which for our families and people around us didn't make sense. And sometimes as you run the business, sometimes it doesn't make sense to you either, right? Because things don't materialize as quickly as you think they are. But sometimes you get it's not so much the results, but it's the magnitude of that you're hopefully going onto the right path. These finishes are more that than the finish itself. That some of the hard work that's been put forth, or some of the sacrifices that have been done by us. The fruition is these moments. So it gives you further push and belief that this is inshallah the right track.
Well, it's interesting that. So the races that you're involved with now, they're just part of another larger race, I suppose, aren't they? Another part of the
Yes.
journey. Is there? I mean, I honestly know very little about camel racing. I'll be completely open with you. Is there a good living in camel racing? Is there great prize money? How does this function as a business for you two
Work.
guys?
Yeah. So basically, in camel racing, the money usually comes from winning races,
Yeah.
right? So some of these races that in Qatar that we raced in our age groups, the first prize was around maybe 2 million Qatari riyals, 1.5 for second, and you go down to fifth. That's big. That's big money in any in any one moment for any business. And then sometimes there's also a purchase price where the royal families of these countries will buy the camel. So for the first place, again, we're talking about million plus Qatari riyals. So it is lucrative, but it's not easy. I guess to get there or be in those positions, right? Because we were racing against 85 camels in one race, 45 camels in another one. So there's a lot of competition. So it's not easy, but the prize money is definitely worth it.
Okay, so I mean, I guess we should talk about the athlete of the hour, shouldn't we? Really,
Yes.
the athlete of the
Yes.
track, really, and that's Hajma. So Oman was the debut. So I guess Qatar's the second race.
Yes.
But you've unearthed a star.
Well, she was. I mean, she before she came on board. She did really well in Saudi, in the Kings competition. So we knew the pedigree. But again, it's kind of like a football player, right? Having a good season. So one good season, you're still taking a risk on one good season.
Sure.
So this was one good result, and but in the operations team and Saf and the trainer and I looked at many different things like pedigree, past results, training methods, how well the camel was taken care of, which was really good. Most of the trainers and us especially take very good care of the camels. So all of that made sense, and then obviously you have to have a bit of guts to pull the trigger and make it happen.
And it's worked out pretty well for you. What is it about Hajma that stands out from other camels in the races that you've been involved with so far?
Well, there's a phrase in Arabic where you call a camel sabug, which means a racer. So she has that gene where she's obviously quick. Mashallah, she's got stamina, and I think the biggest thing about her is she's got a will, right? So once she's in the middle of the pack, around 10th, 11th, and we're approaching the final, let's say 1.5 kilometers, she will go for it.
Right.
So so she will be amongst the first four. So she's got that in her mind. So that's a quality that's rare. That's a true athlete's quality.
That's the inimitable quality that all athletes are looking for, I suppose, that you hope you can find.
Yes.
Well, what goes into identifying and acquiring a top tier racing camel?
I mean, there's many ways. I guess you could look at it, and you could look at it as in other sports, and the philosophy could be, football teams sometimes grow within. They identify players early, they develop them, and then they sell them off, and then obviously some clubs buy the ready product. For us, I think it's a mix where we have. Some of our team we bought young 2 years ago, and I think next year they come into fruition. and that was somewhat of a strategy to test out. And then we have others where they, we purchase not where they're at the top, they're in the middle, and you know what you're getting, but the ceiling is still higher. And this was Hajma and some other camels. So for us, it's a mix, and we're still trying to find the balance of what is much more successful. And I think time will tell.
Talk me through your training routines. I'm fascinated by this. I really am. I'm learning with you. This is a very traditional sport, isn't it? It's very particular to the region, of course. But you're bringing in, I suppose, kind of modern performance strategies as well. So talk me through your kind of training routines.
So, I mean, the training, the original training is about, a lot of it is about communication between the trainer and the camel, because there's a kind of a walkie-talkie and a speaker on the back of the camel between the trainer. So there's certain, prompts that they talk about, right? And when they want them to go faster, if they don't say anything, they're just going at the same speed, when to push, when to leave it, and so that a lot of that is in the training. And then they also train is because it's a longer distance. Minimum is 4 kilometers. Then we go up to 5, 6, 7. So sometimes the strategy is, and it depends on the athlete, the camel. Some camels can hold the first or the leading positions for the whole race. And that comes down to sometimes training, sometimes genetics, and the will of the camel, and sometimes. It's holding mid positions, and within the last 1.5 kilometers, you're able to push them because you've conserved the stamina in the first 2-3 kilometers, and you really push them in the last 1.5-2 kilometers. So our secret sauce is in the middle again. Some of them can hold the position. Some of them, Hajma usually comes from behind, and that's what her name means, attack. Hajma. So she comes from behind a bit to take that. And that's the traditional way. In the modern, what we're trying to introduce is like an athlete. You've got heart monitoring. When they, what is the best speed? What is their heart rate at different speeds, different stages in the races? Obviously, we do a lot of blood work. What does that mean for the camel? That helps with nutrition. So these are kind of a little bit the more modern ways that we're trying to introduce. It'd be great if we'd get a whoop to attach to the camel. And see sleeping patterns and, and all of that, but maybe that's for the future a bit.
Well, I would guess people are scrambling to make smart devices for all kinds of creatures, but I mean it's really interesting. The point is as well that the welfare of the animal is so important to you.
Yes, 100%. And I tell this and anyone that visits, our place can see that these camels are probably maybe more well taken care of, even better than me personally. Yeah. So no, anything in the ingredients, anything in the food, the water, the place, it's top, and we never risk with an injury. Never. One of our best races got injured beginning of the season, and we decided to keep her out for the entirety of the season. It wasn't a tough decision, but obviously you're less one athlete. But blessing in disguise, and then we had to bring in Hajma, which worked out well.
It certainly
you never
has.
know sometimes.
It has so far, for sure. Do you know what I've noticed a couple of times is you're talking about her. So female camels is
female.
Are female camels are racing camels all
Better?
Female? Or?
No, there are males and there are females. Throughout our history as a team, we've had one male and the rest are females. And I think we prefer females because if they do stay with us for the longer term, there's always the breeding angle.
Okay.
For females. So we prefer, even the temperament's a bit better for females.
Yeah, that's not the greatest of surprises. Let me. I'm interested in the racing. You talked there about having like a walkie-talkie system. Like there's like a robotic system. So it's literally when the camel is racing, the trainer is issuing kind of demands. Go faster. Is that what happens?
Yeah. So obviously you've got the track, and then next to it cars. Yes. Right. It's like a mini Formula One, right? Because everyone's
I've
even
seen
in the
it.
cars, you're jockey. Yeah. I'm braced always for my life in those. I need a helmet for those moments. I've decided, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, he's always in the front. Sometimes they go up in the from the middle of the car, and it's kind of like things, small prompts like shh.
Right.
Or if you're getting it's more louder, and you could see everyone jockeying for position. So there's a lot of communication, and that's these prompts are, a lot of it is in the training, of what these communication mean. So yeah, it's great that there's technology involved, and we're looking at how do we, if there's an area or a mini space where you could advance the technology and communication between the trainer and the camel, that's an area of exploration, let's say.
Okay. Well, I mean, we've mentioned how long camel race has been popular in the Gulf region, but it is evolving, it's modernizing at a rate, isn't it? Technology, training, breeding standards, as you pointed to, are all rising rapidly. How do you see the future of the sport? What does it look like, Omar?
I mean, I think our aim, and we're doing a very small part. The federations in the Gulf are doing an amazing job all over the Gulf, and we're just doing a small part in terms of being a team. Hopefully bringing on our own sponsors. Hopefully, marketing for the sport, and trying to bring in more audiences to it. And I think if we can get to where horse racing is today, that would be a very good milestone. And I hope we could surpass that. It's not an easy task whatsoever, but the elements of having an exciting sport are there. We already have a big kind of market and fan base, and we want to expand the fan base. Partnering up with Paul Pogba all obviously helps with the global, global narrative. So that's the aim, really.
Okay. What about next steps for the team? I mean, you've got a couple of podium finishes now, so that's a launch pad. So what's the next big thing for the team, and how are you going to build on the momentum from Oman and from Qatar?
Well, I mean, there's one in Abu Dhabi, in Al Wathba. It's a big race, the finale of Al Wathba. So we're gearing up to hopefully win there, and participate, and at the minimum compete. So everything is now focused on that. And I think with Al Habub is obviously you've got the track, and the core element is obviously camel racing. But another part of it is, content and media, and how do we, connect camels and camel racing with mainstream, and how do we create cool content that helps, in a way, educate, but in the same time, bring on board new and fresh, people that would love to get into the world of camels. So Al Habub is kind of like that. It's, if you look at Wrexham, for instance, that's maybe a little bit of a blueprint.
Okay, so is that something that you're kind of considering, that kind of start? I mean, the Wrexham story is an incredible story in sporting terms. Forget the entertainment side of that for a moment.
Yeah.
As a sporting spectacle, something to be involved with, it's remarkable. And I can see the parallels because, you know, you can very easily put forward a case that camel racing is one hell of a spectacle. It's an amazing thing to watch.
Yes.
You know?
I mean, you said it yourself. Yes, it is, and I think the elements are there of our backstory. Having been on Netflix, having an amazing friend and shareholder and Paul with us, and the team. We've been through a lot of struggles. The podium is just a nice kind of milestone within a bigger journey that hopefully we continue on, which will have ups and downs as well. But yeah, something like Wrexham, Blueprint, Drives to Survive. I think that the foundations are there.
They seem to be. What got Paul Pogba interested? An internationally renowned footballer. How did that connection come about?
When we met him, he knows a lot about the region. Obviously, he comes a lot, being also a Muslim. The conversation was very, very natural. He was very interested. He had already a background, a bit of what camel racing is. Right. We connected, all three of us, straight away. And he was very excited about the project, and we were really happy to have him on board. And it's been a really nice story, and I would say a brotherhood ever since.
It's a fascinating story, perhaps a global camel racing league. That could be a vision. Next, who knows? Omar Al-Maina. Omar, thanks very much for sharing the journey today. Congratulations again on the podium finishes. Long may they continue. And thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having us, and have a great day and year.
I appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 10 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The Sharjah Chamber of Commerce and Industry has discussed ways to boost trade and investment with India's private sector. The talks aim to strengthen business ties and expand opportunities between Sharjah and India. SCCI Chairman Abdullah Sultan Al Owais met with India's ambassador to the UAE, Dr. Deepak Mittal, to explore further collaboration. Officials highlighted Sharjah's business-friendly environment and its potential as a hub for Indian companies. South Korea's economy recorded its fastest quarterly growth in over 5 years in the first quarter. Its GDP expanded by about 2%, driven by strong exports, especially in semiconductors. On an annual basis, growth reached around 3.5%, showing a clear improvement from the previous quarter. Officials say solid global demand and steady domestic activity supported the rebound. Tesla is planning to spend more than $25 billion this year, increasing investment in AI, robotics, and chips. CEO Elon Musk said the spending is aimed at building future revenue streams. However, investors reacted cautiously, sending Tesla's shares lower after the announcement. The company is shifting focus towards self-driving technology and robotics as part of its long-term strategy. Lufthansa Group has cut around 20,000 flights from its summer schedule as fuel costs rise due to the Iran conflict. The cuts are mainly on short-haul routes and signal a challenging season for European airlines. Instead of expanding, airlines are now focusing on profitability and earning more per flight. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our WhatsApp and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive. Coming up, how do you grow on LinkedIn? How do you get seen? How do you get engagement? This morning, the 3-2-1 rule is one way, and that's next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
This is the morning drive. So, how do you get growth? How do you get seen? How do you get engagement on LinkedIn? The 3-2-1 rule on LinkedIn is a simple engagement strategy. It's an attempt to boost visibility and growth, and it could help. Appeared on the platform last September. It was an article called Helping Businesses and Students Get Clients Using AI and Digital Marketing by the brilliantly named Kumkum Shinde, which I know I shouldn't laugh at
Where was
people's
she
name,
from?
but I love that name.
It's
I've
a
no
great
idea.
name. I love
Well,
that.
you sent me this.
I know. I tried to figure out where. I thought she might be Thai or something. It's a superb name, isn't it? You never forget that.
You don't, and I love that. The brilliantly named David Mackenzie is with me as well.
You know what? I love Mackenzie. It's so good. I named my company after it.
Yeah.
But David, it's the most bland name ever. My sons are called Kit and Archie, and my wife's called Elfie, and I'm called David.
David's a good strong name. You stood up to giants, didn't you?
Not personally, but
No, I mean, in theory, in history, in folklore.
with the slingshot.
Yeah, something like that.
Doesn't sound like it would work.
Do you
does
ever get it shortened to? Do
No,
people call you?
no.
They don't. No, I've never done that.
So it's interesting, and this is a really good example of when you, as a candidate, when you go and meet a client, if their name is Jonathan or David or something, never shorten their name. Look at what they reply to on email and look what they put on LinkedIn. Don't say, if the name's David, call them David. Don't call them Dave. I hate being called David. It's a real bugbear of mine.
Okay. Well, I've never done that, and I
Farage
kind
has
of
been tempted to. I think.
Yeah, well, he does. When you're not around, you should hear what he calls you. Outrageous. But that's Farage.
Exactly. That's why we love him.
Oh, he's grinning. But you could feel the daggers, can't you? But that's really good advice, actually. I hadn't thought of it that way. Because I very often, if guests come in, and I see that it's like a Jonathan or a name that could be shortened or often is shortened, but I'll ask.
See,
because I've learned to do that.
But that's great. So when I'm interviewing candidates, if they've got a very long name, like some Kenyan names are really long, and I go, what do you like to be referred to, or an Indian name, and they'll tell me. So then you refer to them as that. Always ask, never assume.
Yeah, okay. That's a really good piece of advice. So this is an article by the brilliantly named Kumkum Shinde. Contrary to popular belief in the social media world, let's start here before we get dig into this. LinkedIn success, and I know LinkedIn is very important. You extol the virtues regularly, but it's not about being the loudest voice in the room.
Absolutely, and I think it's the relevancy and it's the consistency of it.
Yeah.
LinkedIn is going into a grey area at the moment. It's going into an Instagram area. So, people are sharing pictures of themselves. They're out with their kids and stuff. I had the picture of a dad's died the other day, which, from a personal point of view, it's awfully sad. It's great to see people's kids. I'm a big family man, but I don't want to see it on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a business channel. It's about a community that is about business, not about whether Molly's managed to get her A-levels.
Yeah. Okay.
Now I'm going to sound really harsh on that because people are very proud of their kids, but share that on Instagram, share that on Facebook. Is Facebook still going?
Apparently.
Yeah. So, that's me and you are over 50 asking that question. Well, we know it's still going.
That's just we have absolutely no idea at all about anything. Exactly. Let's face it.
But the point is, you need to be relevant, and you don't need to share too much of yourself. And there is an oversharing going on LinkedIn, which has to stop.
Right. Okay. So consistency is the key. Not
taradiddle, rubbish, nonsense and stuff like that. People are just overly sharing stuff that you don't need to share, and it's you've got to think about why you're on LinkedIn. You're on LinkedIn to progress your career and to progress and to widen your knowledge about your industry or what you do. So the 3-2-1 is a really good. It's a very good way of conducting your day-to-day activities. So you can overshare on LinkedIn. So I suggest, I think the lady said do it daily. I generally don't do it daily. So my philosophy is how Mackenzie Jones work. We're avid posters on LinkedIn, and we share what we call original content, which is we produce blogs about what we view in a particular segment of the marketplace.
Yeah, I mean, that's very much your thing, isn't it? Yeah.
So the 3-2-1. Shall I explain what it is?
Well, I was going to get to that actually.
Oh,
so,
sorry.
so it's not
I'm
about.
advancing the whole thing.
I know it's like he's fed up or something. it's not. It's about
Never.
being consistent, right?
Yes.
But the 3-2-1 rule is over to you. There you go.
So it's 3 likes on a post. So when you say like, if you look at LinkedIn, there's a thumbs up, there's a clap, there's a heart and stuff like. Try not to do the thumbs up, do the clap or do the heart or do the idea thing.
really?
Yeah, try not to do the clap one because LinkedIn, if you go onto LinkedIn and do the clap one, it gets you more recognition. Oddly enough.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
so there's a whole load of emojis on the bottom. There's a heart, there's a love, there's an idea. And I can't remember what the other ones are, but we use the clap one quite a lot or the idea one because it shows that that's a great idea and you get more, people get more, God, I'm struggling. All these night nurse things are just fuddling my brain.
Are they really? You are full of cold
Full of
today.
cold today,
Yeah.
I know.
Let me jump
relevance
in
is
for a second
more,
then,
yeah.
because
Please
I
help
mean
me.
I would very often jump in and do the thumbs
No.
up, but if you think about it, and I that's probably a good point as well. So this is kind of an etiquette thing.
Yes.
If somebody sort of says to you, "How you doing?" and you just kind of give them a thumbs up, it's that can be a little bit dismissive, I suppose. It's not as
Yeah.
though you're not offering what they've said the
Yes.
right importance kind of thing.
But
Is that-
if you've written a really good article and you've done something innovative, put a clap or put a love or put a the light bulb, which is the bright idea.
Yeah.
Try to be. So what my view is on that, I try each week. I try to do 3 to 4 of those a week.
Right.
So.
Right.
But what I do is I go on to, I have a feed, so all the people so the way LinkedIn works, when you first somebody, it means you're a first connection or a second connection or a third connection. The first connection is the most important one. Those are your followers, those are the people that see your feeds and you're connected to them. So when you open your LinkedIn feed, it comes up with all those different ones.
Right.
So don't like every single one because some of them are complete rubbish. But when the good ones, they are. I've got to be honest with you.
No, I'm just thinking we post a lot, and I just like it all.
Yeah, well,
just
don't
realised.
because the thing is, what you've got to do is
dear.
so the 3 one is do that. The 2 one is write a comment or like and share. So
Right.
the best bit is when you share somebody's article or thought process. It means you really understand what they're talking about and you buy into it and you engage with it. Once you share it then to your network. Now, my network is huge because I've been here, donkey's years. So that person who's written the article gets their network, then they get my network. So it's 6 degrees of separation. You get massive groups of people being able to see that article.
That's so interesting.
But only share stuff. I share a lot of stuff my guys post because I really like it, but also we do it because it's Mackenzie Jones. But then when I find a client's written something really interesting, I will like it or I'll write a comment and I will reshare it. So writing a comment and resharing is the most powerful thing you can do on LinkedIn. It means you're engaging with that individual and it means they can see that you've actually taken time to read the article or read that post. Okay.
And resharing is as important as commenting?
Resharing is the most powerful thing you can do because when you reshare it, you suddenly, it's like when you get to 6th level of Zelda or something, which I used to play when I was like 12. it unlocks a new level, which means I have 500,000 followers, you have 20. Suddenly, if I reshare your article or comment on it, it unlocks that article into my 500,000 so they can now see that.
All right then. So the 3-2-1 rule. Let's just run through it quickly
Yes.
to get this nailed down. 3 comments.
Yep.
Contribute to 3 posts in your network.
Yep.
With, as you point out, thoughtful, value-adding comments.
Absolutely.
2 shares.
Yes.
So share
Reshares.
2.
Yeah.
Relevant posts or articles. Adding some professional insight, and in doing that, you position yourself as like a voice.
And always, if you have a comment on it, make sure it's an interesting one, saying, well, I understand why you're saying this, but wouldn't this cause this? So,
Right,
example, if
okay.
somebody said to me, the talent market's booming at the moment, I go, actually, it's not. I've seen a massive increase in the amount of talent people connecting up to me. What are your thoughts? You're starting a conversation.
So
Then-
create a debate.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
don't create a debate just to be a donkey. Create a debate because somehow think so.
I don't associate donkeys with debating, but
I
there you
wonder
are.
how I've managed to stay in this career
I don't
long.
know. I'm not sure why you're not inside, to be honest.
Anyway, and the final
But
one.
that's a really good point,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
And the
Don't look for a fight.
No, don't turn into. If it's going to be if you're disagreeing with somebody, add some weight behind why you disagree. So that person says to me, "Oh, David, I don't think recruitment companies have validity in this marketplace." I go, I completely understand that. Let me know why. Do DM me, but let me explain what we do and why we're relevant to this market.
Yeah.
So it's asking for feedback, but do it privately. And secondly, it's not being aggressive back to them, because you want to stimulate discussion. You don't want to stimulate argument.
Yeah, okay.
You'll never win that.
And opinions, they're just opinions in the end, aren't they?
Absolutely,
So life's too short, I always think. So the 3 comments, 2 shares, and then the one in the rule is 1 original piece of content reflecting
This is
your
the key.
expertise, your leadership style, your perspective, your opinion, if you can back the opinion up, of course.
This is where you really add value.
Right.
So we've talked about LinkedIn. It's the source of connections, new jobs, relationships, everything. The way you get noticed in LinkedIn, if you just like people's posts and you maybe do the odd comment, that's fine. You want to become a super user, you start writing what we call original content. So it's your view on a particular subject. So I've written loads, and I do like writing, so I really enjoy writing blogs. But I wrote one the other day about the market and what's happening. It was my view. It got loads of comments, and I wrote one about, because we discussed it on the back of ghost jobs. I've written an article about ghost jobs.
Yeah.
But what it is, it's talking to people about my view on this particular thing. It's amazing the amount of comments, interaction I've got from that. Arabian Business called me to ask for a comment on it. So what you're doing, you're not just talking to your first connections. You're then becoming seen to be an expert in what you do, and that's where you have to end up as a professional. You've got to be an expert at what you do.
Right. Okay. And that's the ultimate aim.
Yeah, I mean, you can be any level by those. Forgive me for interrupting, but like my little intern, Manuri intern #. She wrote a really good article the other day, and she's 19.
My daughter will be like, "Don't do that again."
Yeah, I know. Oh, she just messaged me.
My daughter?
No, my Manuri intern, and it's got # after her name. But yeah, so she even at her very early start in her career at 19, she's creating an online presence that establishes what she's like as an individual, what her views are. As she gets older, her views will mature, but she'll always be seen as somebody that contributes to LinkedIn, and she'll be ranked higher on searches when recruiters and clients are searching for people.
What do you say to people? And I mean this genuinely. I'm not trying to be obtuse here. What do you say to people that just say to you, "I just don't care about it. I don't care about social media. It doesn't make any difference to me"?
Do you know what? I had this conversation with somebody the other day, because I'm a big social media person. I was much on Instagram when I was doing my triathlons. I'm not doing it anymore, so I'm off social media.
Right.
Somebody said, "Are you okay?"
I know.
But nobody I've met, but somebody who just follows me. So I think if you don't care, that's fine. So you need to find another way of progressing your career. But the easiest way of doing it is through LinkedIn, because if you think about how recruiters look at candidates, how clients look at candidates, it's all through LinkedIn. Whichever way we do it, there's no other competitor to LinkedIn at the moment.
No, there's not now, is there? No, that's right. I mean, the thing is, I always get the feeling that, and I'm not that person. I'm not a big social media person at all, but I understand the value.
Yeah.
It's about participating.
It is. And I look at some people that post every single day. That's too much.
That's trying too hard.
Yeah, and I see people trying to create a brand. And we talked about this last week about ghost jobs, about why people advertise. The reason why people post every day is you then come to the top of people's feed. But after a while, that just becomes annoying.
Yeah.
So less is more. So we post an article once a month from each of our consultants, only once a month. And it's got to be well thought out. It's got to be relevant. So, example, I'm doing a series that comes out next week. It's called HR Insights. I've interviewed the top 10 HR directors in the Middle East. How did you start? How did you get into your particular industry?
Right.
What were your learnings? What would you do differently now?
That's quite interesting.
Yeah, it's really, and what they've all been really interested, but it's not tell me how great you are. It's about learnings. So I'm hoping that people very junior people like my Manuri will look at this and go, God, she became HR director. I could do the same. I just need to maybe connect up with people like her and figure out what she did right and what she did wrong, etc.
I've got you. So it doesn't have to be daily, but you do need to participate.
Yes, absolutely.
And if somebody is posting daily and is at the top of your feed all the time and it does get to you, there's a problem with that, actually, because the thing about annoying people or stupid people is they don't know they're stupid.
No, I don't.
So how do you get? Yeah. So that's anyway. That's entirely different.
No, but you are right. I think that the thing with LinkedIn, you can become too much too quickly.
Yeah.
If you try to become an influencer and you post every single day, people will get very annoyed with you, and they will. I was going to say unfriend you. That's not what they do. They'll not follow you anymore. Trying to remember what the terminology was.
The
They'll unfollow you, which means then you lose them in your network, which means you then lose their network. So the whole point of LinkedIn, if you link in with the relevant people, it's like building blocks. It's like the Lego thing we were talking about. Not the same analogy, but you can build literally a city of followers by connecting with the right people, because once you connect with them, you connect with all their followers, who typically are experts in what they do because they follow them because they like what they do.
The other side to it is this, isn't it? That if you, so you're on LinkedIn, and I'll scroll for a little while. I don't spend a lot of time on LinkedIn, but I'll scroll for 5 or 10 minutes on LinkedIn, and I'm on it for that length of time because I get pretty fed up with it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Because
why?
A lot of the posting is pretty trite. I'm not interested. I find a lot of it insincere.
Well,
not all of it,
no,
but a lot of it is quite insincere, and it's a look at me, aren't I fantastic? And I think, I'm not looking at you and you're not fantastic, because I take that view. So I get fed up pretty quickly. The good stuff kind of stands out. But it's like life, isn't it? You know, we're surrounded by people. You can't like everybody.
Yeah.
So it kind of reflects where we are. So maybe there's an element of, to get the best out of LinkedIn, this is where I'm going, you have to put up with that, the nonsense aspect of it.
No, you've made a really good point. Yeah. How often do I spend scrolling through LinkedIn? Not an awful lot of time, actually. But what I do find is that the ones that I really like and I really engage with, there's some really good articles from people coming out soon. And actually, even my fellow recruiters, they tend to come to the top of my feed. So I read those first, and the ones at the bottom. What I'm finding now, if I find somebody's posting constantly, it's not very relevant, I unfollow them.
Right, okay.
Because I'm trying to make it more enjoyable for me and more relevant for me. Because it's a learning curve for me.
Well, that's why it should be. Okay, well, let's get back to this, the 3-2-1 rule. So, why is it effective? The boost in visibility is the obvious one.
Yes.
Immediately, right? So, every comment, every share, every post, that increases, your reach, if you like. The strengthening of the personal brand. I always struggle with the personal brand thing because I don't really understand it. I kind of understand it, don't really understand it. People have said to me in the past, you should work on your personal brand, and I always think, I've got to go and paint a wall.
Yeah, but you're an oxymoron in many ways, because
an oxymoron. That's a phrase.
Wow. That wasn't one of them, was it? No. You're one of the. You're a radio presenter, which typically by default means you are out there, you're talking to loads of people, you're very gregarious, but actually you're an introvert.
Probably.
So if you ever ask them what's a radio presenter like, they'll always think of Chris Fade or one of those guys that's always out there doing stuff. But actually, I think when you meet people that are really good at what they do, they aren't necessarily extroverts. They are very good at subject matter. So what you're very good at, not to flatter you, because I know you love this, is you're very good at being interested in a topic you know nothing about. Because I think you've just got a very...
Well, that's a learning thing.
But you've got a very inquisitive mind, haven't you?
I think so, yeah.
So there you go. There's your brand. I've just told you what your brand is. But you know what I mean? Your brand is that. You're inquisitive, you listen, you ask good questions, and you do your research.
Okay, so that should be at the top of my LinkedIn page. Well, thanks very much. I'll pay you on the way out.
400 dirhams.
I was going to say,
discount.
Oh, that's a bargain. So that's the thing. So you're strengthening your personal brand. We've worked that out. Boosting visibility. The other thing is to drive networking.
Yes.
Right, because you're communicating with people, but networking that has some meaning, has some value.
Yeah.
rather than just, hi, yeah, let's meet up for
Yes.
a.
And in many ways, you've got to be quite brutal about this. If somebody tries to link in with you and you don't think they're relevant for you, they don't think they can add value to what you do, your career or your insights, do not accept their LinkedIn.
Okay.
Don't get numbers. The whole thing is people look, well, I've got 500,000 followers. I guarantee if you go through it, there's probably about 100,000 are relevant. But what you've got is 400,000 people's networks.
Yeah, okay.
So you've got to balance this a bit.
Right. What about accepting? No, I'll come back to that. I'll ask you that in a minute. There's one more thing with the 3-2-1 rule.
Yeah.
So boosting visibility, personal brand,
Yeah.
meaningful networking, and also aligning with the algorithm, the LinkedIn algorithm. So if you're consistent activity signals relevance.
Absolutely.
Okay, that improves your chance of showing up. As that's kind of where you've been leading through to with all of this. You can show up in more feeds.
You want to show up in recruiters' feeds when they're doing a job search for relevant people in, say, my industry, HR. You want to have industry leaders that are looking for HR people, and you want to find some of the AIs that are looking for good people in HR. All of these things on LinkedIn, if you go onto Google and you type in recruitment companies Dubai, Mackenzie Jones is on that first page. The reason is we write loads of original content, we post jobs, we're connected. So Google algorithm picks up what LinkedIn's doing. LinkedIn is a very good feed for Google.
Okay. All right then. So what we shouldn't be doing is what a lot of us do. Treat LinkedIn like as though it's a digital brochure. Uploading your CV, your resume, and then disappearing for months. You shouldn't really be doing that.
No.
You're passive. If you're passive about attention, you're kind of invisible, I suppose. Yeah. Which is what you said just now. Are you
nutshell.
okay on Instagram?
Yeah.
For not posting?
Yeah, I've disappeared off Instagram. Yeah. I'm losing followers, but I don't. Doesn't bother me.
You can still look at it. You can still send me memes of
Which I do on a daily
people
basis.
doing questionable things, I suppose.
Yeah, but I do Instagram because when I was doing all my sport, when I was doing my triathlons and ultras, I had a really nice community and we used to share encouragement and stuff. And my view was I try to encourage people who are getting into that, into triathlons and stuff, saying, I'm 50 years old, you may be 30, but anybody can do this. If you just had a baby and you want to come back and do it, all these things. But I think on LinkedIn is super relevant, is that you have to be not consistently on LinkedIn, but you have to be there at least on a weekly or a monthly cycle where you're doing something relevant.
Okay, so LinkedIn is important. We all know that we should be on LinkedIn. A lot of people log in, and I'm guilty of this, scroll for 5 minutes, you get a little bit overwhelmed, a little bit fed up, whatever it is, and then you leave. Why is this kind of post and ghost strategy killing our credibility? That's a good phrase, though.
Post and ghost,
I read that on the internet. Yeah. Why is that killing our credibility, do you think?
I think because if you've taken time to write a post and you put it up there and then just ignore it, people can go, well, what? Because they'll write a comment. What do you, David? I agree. This is a great idea.
Yeah.
You've got to at least like it or clap. You don't have to answer every single one because when I post stuff, I get hundreds of people commenting, which is great. But what I typically do is I go through all of those and I try and answer them, but I do them offline a bit.
Okay. Okay.
But I try and keep in contact. I know I can see the same people like my stuff every time, which the irony is when I get a job for an HR director, I always think about those people. They come straight first, front of mind.
I'm with you. So if you don't respond, if you do post and ghost, it's just rude, isn't it? You're ignoring people.
Yeah, exactly.
It's manners.
Just don't. Whole thing about LinkedIn is interaction, is connection, and just keeping in contact with people.
Yeah. Okay. But you have to learn those manners, I think.
You do, and you have to. I mean, I think that it's like having an online argument. Everyone tells you not to do it, but sometimes somebody posts a comment and you go, I don't agree with that. You just got to go, I don't need to.
Yeah,
you cause more issues by, it's okay to disagree with somebody on LinkedIn, but back it up with your reasons and don't get into an argument with them. I see so many of this happening now. People are going, you're rubbish, I don't agree with you, you're wrong. And then it starts a whole spike of stuff and I think,
Yeah, it's a good point. Okay, but learning. Do you remember when email first became a thing? So this late 90s, I suppose, and people were emailing. And I remember a friend of mine who's a little bit younger than me. We worked together, and she would email. She's the editor of a magazine I worked for, and she would email, and it would just be one line. There wouldn't be a capital letter. There'd be no punctuation, and it was literally it was very early sort of messaging attitude.
Oh, yeah.
But that was just the way she did what she did, and she would always respond, but it drove me insane because there'd be no capital letter at the start of the sentence, there'd be no commas, there'd be hyphens where there shouldn't be, and all this sort of thing, and it was always just one line, and I'd phone and say, "Look,
let's go."
It would drive me insane.
But it's interesting. We get there's a thing happening on WhatsApp. Sorry.
This is complete
I
blank.
know. It's okay.
Well, I have a WhatsApp story for you as well. But yeah, go on.
WhatsApp's classic. So
Yes.
what I'll do is I'll get lots of candidates going, "Hi, David." Then that's it.
Yeah. Okay.
I never ever respond to those. Never. Because that's a person just trying to just get me to respond to them.
So they're just trying to engage you.
So if they go, "Hi,
not
David,
well.
I'm really sorry to interrupt
Yeah,
you,"
okay.
and I'll always go back to those people. When they go, "Hi, David," and leave it, literally for days,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not going to respond to you.
Yeah.
Because that's them trying to get you just to engage with them.
And it's very annoying if you see the text come in and then you're like, "Hi, David," and then the three dots do that annoying three dot thing, and you're looking at your phone thinking.
It's usually when I've fallen asleep and I'm messaging one of my kids and they go, "Dad, Dad, Dad."
Well, at least it's like my father texts on linked on WhatsApp, and he will write, "Dear Tim," and it will be the whole format will be like an official letter, and at the end it will be like there'll be like 7 or 8 paragraphs, really long paragraphs, all exactly the same length because that's what he was taught, and then it will be "Best regards, Dad."
Nice.
Honestly, and I'm thinking
On WhatsApp.
Oh, that's WhatsApp. I kid you not. He's got his big iPad and he's got one of those pens with the little rubber bit on the end.
yeah.
He types like that. And it must take about 6 months for him to send me a message. That's fine. And he's in contact and I appreciate it. But these are the things. The point of all of this is the protocols and kind of the way you approach people. And that's the thing. So I can see why.
Just always remember there's a human being on the other end.
That's the other thing, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Who if you don't, I always say, and I tried to learn this as I got older, if somebody annoys you, don't respond. Think, wait, give it a day or two, then come back. You have a much better engagement with that person because you thought about your response rather than the immediate, I'm angry, I'm just going to tell them what I really think of them.
Okay. Algorithms. Okay, but algorithms are kind of like they're a secret code.
Yeah, I don't
Well, they are
understand.
secret codes, basically, aren't they? And but it's like a secret source. Are they really? I mean, you know LinkedIn well. Is it really that complex, or is it just rewarding behaviour we're just too lazy to do? Actually engaging other people.
I don't know the answer, if I'm honest. My thought process is the latter. I think what LinkedIn is a business network, and what it rewards is engagement, and is positive engagement. So it's when you do the clap sign, it rewards that more than the thumbs up sign. If you write an original piece of content, you typically will feature in more feeds. And that, I think, everything LinkedIn does is to reward you engaging on their platform and with the people on that platform.
Okay. So let's go back to this 3-2-1 rule. Just a reminder of what that rule is. It's 3 comments, 2 shares, 1 original post. Is the frequency of that you would advocate? Probably don't do that daily.
No,
That's probably far
goodness
too
me,
much.
no.
Is it kind of a weekly thing?
Yeah, I'd probably do it slightly differently. So I typically will comment, I will like things on a daily basis. I don't put a time at 3 to 4, and I would try and write a comment on the ones I really like, probably 2 comments a day. The resharing, I only reshare articles I really think are good.
Right, okay.
So if I see a client who's written an article about, L&D, that how blended learning works, which is one of the things and I really like it, I'll absolutely reshare it and go, I love this. It's a rarity I do that, by the way. I reshare my guys' stuff because it gives us a better reach, essentially.
Yeah.
But also I like what they're writing because they're writing about my industry. I even share my competitors' stuff. So, when Cooper Fitzgerald wrote one the other day as the MD of one of my competitors, really good article. So I shared it. Somebody said, why are you sharing another recruitment article? I said, it's a great article. But he's a recruitment company. I don't care whether he could be a dolphin trainer. It's a good article.
A dolphin trainer?
I imagine Trevor is a dolphin trainer now.
Do
you know why I know that? Because back in the day and this is good or bad, when Atlantis was first built, we were briefed to find dolphin trainers. There are
not an everyday request.
75 in the world.
Really?
Yeah, give or take. Only in the whole world.
That's a great industry.
And it's declining. Declining because of the ethics of keeping dolphins in captivity, which I don't agree with, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is like pastries. Oh, I'm going down a rabbit hole here.
No, I'm interested in the pastries.
Pastry chefs.
You have me at pastries.
Chefs. A good pastry chef is paid an absolute fortune.
Very, very skilled.
And they are global people. So you'll get a pastry chef. We were doing one for a very well-known restaurant here, and they were paying 70,000 dirhams for that person.
Wow.
But they came from Paris. They were they were phyllo pastry or something. I'm not a cook, as you well know. But it was a really interesting, and we don't do stuff like that. But when
I just love this Parisian chef doing Greek pastry.
Oh, is it Greek pastry?
I don't know.
I can tell you, I know nothing about it. But I,
not that there's anything wrong with Greek pastry, don't get me wrong at all.
But what I do is I do standard corporate roles, and I love doing HR. But when a client phones me and going, look, I've got this for a dog house, a dog care place, a general manager role. Do you want to do it? I'm like, absolutely. I love doing things like that. Unusual ones.
Yeah.
Because they're fascinating. It takes you down a completely new area of which you learn about. It's fantastic.
Is it you're inquisitive as well?
Yeah, you know what? And I made a view that every year I try and learn something different.
Okay.
I try and do something different because I got stuck in triathlons for years and it was great fun. Then I tried ultras. I loved ultras. And now I want to try something else. And I'm trying to figure out what that is. But I wanted to learn language. I could speak Turkish very basically because I lived in Turkey all my life. And now I've started coffee, which me and you have an interest in. And I've been learning about beans and about cutting. And I've just bought some coffee from a roastery around the corner. And I'm learning about how to do coffee properly now. Little things. I just want to keep stimulating my mind.
Good for you. All right, then. So, cupping at your place at some point, then?
I'm not sure it's great at the moment, but the beans are fantastic.
I'm in, I have to say.
Yeah.
Shall we get back to the 3, 2, 1? Or
why not?
Any more pastry anecdotes? Let me ask you this, right? And you've kind of answered this, all right? But I think it's worth reiterating. Thoughtful comments make sense. Thoughtful reaction makes sense, rather than just great post or whatever. There's no point in doing that. If you're going to make the effort, make the effort.
Great post. I really like your take on this.
Yeah, exactly.
What's your thought on that? You're stimulating dialogue.
Qualification of your kind of
Yeah.
exclamation, if you like. Okay. All right. So let's get a little bit more specific.
So
Sorry, you want to say something?
on that point, so when I write an article, I get lots of people DM me on LinkedIn saying, saw your article, really like that. What are your thoughts on this? And by the way, here's my CV. I think that's a really nice way of saying, can I send you my CV? Because it means they've taken time to listen to the... I'm getting more and more comments from the Mira post we're doing because your audience is growing, obviously, and it's growing in a professional capacity. So lots of people are listening to it. So every time I come on here, because we have such a long dialogue, people get into the conversation more. So then they start referencing it and the mails are sent to me and go, look, I really loved your comment on that. Can I send my CV? I'd love to catch up and have a coffee. I really like that because they've taken time to listen to something, share a comment, and then send me their profile.
Well, I guess, I'm kind of thinking that through as you're saying it. I guess in a way that means people, first of all, people are engaging with you.
Absolutely.
They're engaging with you as a professional.
Yeah.
So that's a good logical way to approach somebody because that demonstrates a real interest and not a hunger, that's the wrong word, but a desire to approach people in the right way, a desire to get on. Does that make sense?
So the best way of applying to a client or a recruiter is put something relevant in your email. Don't just say, hi, I know you're doing really well at the moment. Here's my CV. Go, hi, David. I heard you on Mira Business talking about ghost jobs. Really interesting. I've had this situation before. Really keen to engage. Would you mind if I sent my CV? I'm more likely to apply to that than somebody goes, hi, David. Here's my CV. I'm looking for this job.
Yeah, okay.
Because I get hundreds every day of people doing the latter. The ones that do the relevancy bit, who take time to think about me as an individual and me as a professional, I'm more likely to respond to.
This is very thoughtful today.
Which is unlike us, isn't it?
Well, yeah, there aren't many thoughts bouncing around in here amongst the tumbleweed. Let's get specific for a second. If I'm a freelancer, right, I'm trying to land clients. So LinkedIn is one of the ways, one of the avenues for me. Or I'm a business owner and I'm trying to build culture.
Yes.
Okay. I'm a career professional. I'm looking for a promotion. How does the 3-2-1 rule affect any of those things? How does it change that for each of us?
I suppose the 3-2-1 gets you noticed on LinkedIn. It pushes you up the algorithm, so you're seen as a contributor. So it means you're adding value to the LinkedIn community, which is what LinkedIn's all about, by the way. Mm-hmm. So how do you, as a let's say as a business owner, push your business so that people will buy off you? Which is essentially what we're talking about, isn't it?
Sure. Yeah.
What you don't do is tell everyone how great your business is every 5 minutes, because nobody's interested in that. What they want to know. So, example, as a recruiter, I want to push my business so people give us more jobs, so we can fill more jobs and make more money. Mm-hmm. Essentially what we do.
Yeah.
So what I do is I write articles about the area I work with in, which is HR. I love doing HR. And I write articles saying, what do you think the future of talent is? Do you think that AI is taking over the acquisition part of our role? And how is that going to affect the assessment and selection? So I write questions. I then get the HR community engaging with me. David, I think you're probably misguided somewhat, or I think your AI is going to... You start a dialogue. Immediately people notice my business and they go, actually, David is a recruiter in HR. He knows what he's talking about. He's got a great following. Next time I have a job, I'm going to give it to him. That's essentially, basically what happens.
Well, it is. But if the other side of that is, if you're going to make the effort, and you do make the effort, you have to be able to back it up.
True.
And that's where I always feel that there's a great deal of, there's a real lack, there's a dearth of, it seems to me that people posting the most are trying to shout the loudest, and often the people that shout the loudest know the least.
Yes, but LinkedIn's community is a very smart community. They get that.
Okay.
And in reality, what you see, these people, and there's a guy who's doing it at the moment, it's on my feed, he's been... Every single day there's a new controversial thing about, the future of Dubai. I think this is why Dubai is so amazing and stuff like that. But it doesn't back it up with anything. It just says we're the best place in the world to live. I hate UK. I'm like, great. You're beating an old horse. Sorry, flogging a dead horse. Whatever analogy. War horse.
I was going to let that one go. That gave me the collie wobbles.
Exactly. But if he changed his view and said, this is how I think the UAE job market's going to change. These are the reasons why. What are your thoughts? My son's calling me.
If you want to answer it, you can answer it.
No, he's the little one. He's the one that works for Porsche.
Oh, right, okay.
He's trying to flog me a car, probably. So I think you have to be relevant. And you also need to take a bit of a break. Don't do it every single day, because people get bored with you.
I think there's never a truer word, to be honest with you. So let me bring out the cynic for a moment. It's a little bit like...
It's been hiding a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, not been around for a while. It's a bit like networking on autopilot, I think, in a lot of ways. I feel as though I do it a bit. And sometimes I'm just like, comment. Or, it's really good.
Because you feel you have to.
You feel an obligation to do it. And that's the thing. I suppose you should not let yourself be led by that sense of obligation, even if, for your example, posting stuff that your guys do, how much of that honestly is, I feel a bit of an obligation to do it, because I run this business.
No, it's 100%.
It's not at all.
It's 100%. Yeah, of course it is.
Okay.
They've taken the time to write an article. I'm going to post it because I have to, because I'm the MD of the company.
Okay.
Now, do I believe in that article? it very much depends if I write a comment. Sometimes I go back to the consultant and say, I don't agree with this. I think this is rubbish.
Okay.
Why have you posted it? But I'm never right because they come back and go, these are the reasons why I met this candidate the other day. This is the reason I've done it. I went, oh, great, good article. So yeah, I do post it because it's my company. But when I write a comment on my consultant's articles, I've actually read it. And I do, sometimes I put, actually, I disagree with this. Because what that means, even though it's Mackenzie Jones, and I am David of Mackenzie Jones, it means that I have an original thought in my head. I don't just follow what I think my consultant's right. Because my consultants are super bright. I mean, I look at Elena, she posts some really good articles, but hers is very much more on the emotional side of recruitment. Whereas if I look at someone like Farhan, he's very much about the technicalities of what we do in recruitment. They're very different characters.
Okay. Because I wonder how much, posting this kind of network and autopilot attitude, I wonder how much that really builds networks. Because if you're online a lot, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, you're online, you're a bit of a keyboard warrior. When did you last actually sit with somebody and have a cup of coffee and talk face to face? That's always kind of there. And that's where my real kind of cynical bite would come from.
Yes, and I think my job is most of the time is sitting and meeting people and having a coffee and understanding them. So the reason I'm writing this HR series is because I've met these 10 people. I really rate them. I mean, I meet hundreds of HR people in my career.
Yeah.
These 10 I think are really good. Now, they're not the best known companies. They may not be the most senior people, but I really like their take on what they do as a job. And I think it could influence people who are starting their careers, mid-careers, and also at the end of their careers.
Well, just because you're not famous doesn't mean you're not good at something.
No, and I think the problem is, your analogy is a great one. The harder people shout, the more cynical I am about why they're shouting.
At one point, at some point in your life, if you're the guy on top of the hill shouting, you're just a mad old bloke, don't you?
That covers both of us.
It probably does, actually. Yeah.
Probably why we're here.
That's you and me at the weekend.
Shout! You remember that Ezekiel one?
I do. That's exactly it.
Exactly.
I mean, the point is, and I want to use one of my most hated phrases here, but it works in this instance. The way you have to look at this, whether you use the 3-2-1 rule or not, going back to the original point of this discussion, is it's making your best effort to be your authentic self.
Yes, I hate that authentic self because it reminds me of influencers.
It does, but it's the most appropriate for this. It's just you being you and saying what you think, how you feel, what you think about somebody, whatever.
If I had a PR person working for me, she wouldn't or he wouldn't let me say half the stuff I do. Let's be honest, I would have depth charged my career by now.
It's a lot more than half.
I know.
Let me tell you.
So I genuinely think the best comments I ever get when I meet candidates and clients is they go, I really like the stuff you say because it comes from your heart. It's not often the most PC way of doing it because I'm just very honest. Because I think when you ask for my opinion, you don't want to hear a boilerplated PR view of it. You want to hear genuinely what I think about recruitment.
Yeah.
And that's why I've got clients. One of my clients, Eloise, phoned me. I hadn't spoken to her for 10 years. And we had a long chat about kids, family. We didn't talk once about jobs. And she goes, oh, by the way, I've got a job for you. I'm like, oh, fantastic. Why have you briefed me? I just like working with you. That, for me, was a really nice epitaph to my career.
But you hadn't spoken to her for 10 years.
I know, but we connect on LinkedIn.
Oh, you're on LinkedIn, so you are still in connection. I'm thinking
there's a real synapse problem going on.
Yeah,
here.
there is.
Yeah, but we connect. We're always chatting on, and she always likes my comments. I like hers, but we haven't physically spoken for 10 years.
Got you.
Which is a bad bit on my part.
But there is a line of communication that is very much open.
She phoned me up, and it was like we'd spoke last week.
Okay.
And that was because we continually liked, shared. She's seen articles. She's listened to me on the radio. And I think she feels connected to me as an individual, even though we haven't phoned, which is, by the way, a bad thing, because I typically are very good at keeping in contact with people.
Well, you've reestablished, you've reopened.
She's given me a job. It's a great job as well, and I love working with her. She's such a nice client.
Well, there you go. All right, then. Final question.
Yes.
We'll reiterate the 3-2-1 rule in a second, but final thing. Imagine I've been inactive for months and my profile's gathering dust. Hard to do, I know.
Which is your current profile.
My current profile. What happens if somebody listening to this is like me and is relatively inactive. What happens if I start the 3-2-1 rule tomorrow morning? Do you think? How long will it be before I start getting real feedback, messages and all sorts?
Well, first of all, don't do the 3-2-1 until you've built your network up. Okay. So look at all the radio presenters on LinkedIn. Start connecting with all of them, whether in Singapore or UK or whatever. Start following them if they have interesting content for you. Then start doing the 3-2-1, because what you have to do, you've got to sow seeds in a field that actually will grow stuff. If you've got no followers, whatever you do, people aren't going to follow you until they see there's relevance in what you do. So build your follower base. At the same time, start liking and sharing stuff that you've got on your current followers. But the most important thing is start posting original content. Your opening one might be, it's been a long time, but these are the reasons why I've been off LinkedIn. Okay. I've been super busy. I felt my job has taken, write a personal piece. And people go, yeah, I agree with you. This is why I think HR's turned over in the last 10 years. What's your view? It's a very easy conversation to start.
Yeah. And I guess the most natural way of approaching content, because there's a fear, isn't there? What am I going to write about today? And writer's block's a thing.
But then don't do it.
Well, exactly. And if you're going to write something, write about something. If you have a thought in your head, and you think, oh, that's interesting, it probably is.
So I have a bank of about 10 blogs. What I do, I write something. It's always 3 paragraphs.
Right.
I write it, put it away, go back to it 2 days' time, reread it, and go, it's rubbish. But I park it, and if things change, I look at it again and change it. And then what I do is I send it to 3 different people, 2 in my current organisation, 1 outside my organisation, who's an HR director. What do you think of this?
It's like science.
Well, what you do is you get 3 different opinions. People who work for you, my lot are pretty bad. They'll actually rip an article apart if I've written a bad one.
Yeah, but if the boss sends you something like, it was...
I wish they were like that.
Yeah.
I wish they did. If anything, the hardest comments are the people internally. This isn't your voice, don't like it. Really? I think I see where you're going, but I think you've missed the point with my last 3 comments from 3 of my guys.
Okay. That brutal honesty then.
Yeah.
That's like having friends.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're friends, but anyway.
Telling you the truth.
And then the one outside of the organisation is more a bellwether check to see if the external industry sees that as a good article. And then I will post it. And I will always post it with a picture. A picture is almost as relevant as the article because it draws people's eye to it on LinkedIn. Because as you said, when you scroll through LinkedIn, there's pictures of people's faces, people's kids, bland pictures. Something that's interesting, people like.
Yeah, okay.
So I did a brilliant one about death of the expat HR director, and I did a blue plaque, which in UK is when famous people have died.
Oh, on the side of the building.
Yeah, and it said David McCloud, Watcher of Clouds, died here. And I thought, brilliant. It's a completely irrelevant thing. But it got the most likes on my article, and I think it was partly because of the picture.
Well, one of the things as well is quality of pictures, but that's a whole different conversation, I think. So the 3-2-1 rule, let's just run through it very quickly again. This is it's been put forward on LinkedIn. It was an article, and it's 3 comments, contribute 3 posts in your network, share 2 relevant posts or articles, and the 1 is 1 original piece of content reflecting your expertise, your leadership, whatever it is about you that makes sense.
Just do what you think's right. I mean, just engage.
Yeah.
The more you can engage with people, and the more you make it, and you said it, your authentic stuff. I hate that comment, but make it genuine. Make it you. When you read it again in 6 months' time, you go, yeah, actually, I really did mean that.
Yeah, no, it makes that's actually a really effective benchmark, isn't it? If you look at that in 5 years' time and think, no, I still think that's relevant.
Exactly.
In some way, that works. Okay. David McKenzie is the founder, the CEO. He is the big noise at Mackenzie Jones. Nice. Not shouting loud or shouting at an imaginary friend or anything like that, but he's there. Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
morning, it's 11 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai's Community Development Authority has signed an agreement with Louis Vuitton to boost career opportunities for Emiratis and people of determination. The partnership will offer training and jobs in areas like retail, craftsmanship, and fashion. It also focuses on workplace inclusion with tailored support and opportunities for people of determination. Officials say the move supports long-term career growth and strengthens Dubai's focus on empowerment and skills development. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of Dubai, and Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai, has announced a new Dubai Metro Gold Line, marking the city's largest public transport expansion. The 34 billion dirhams project will add about 25% to the metro network and is set for completion by 2032. The 42-kilometer line will be fully underground, connecting 15 key areas across Dubai. The Sharjah Chamber of Commerce and Industry has discussed ways to boost trade and investment with India's private sector. The talks aim to strengthen business ties and expand opportunities between Sharjah and India. SCCI Chairman Abdullah Sultan Al Wais met with India's ambassador to the UAE, Dr. Deepak Mittal, to explore further collaboration. Officials highlighted Sharjah's business-friendly environment and its potential as a hub for Indian companies. South Korea's economy recorded its fastest quarterly growth in over 5 years in the first quarter. Its GDP expanded by 2%, driven by strong exports, especially in semiconductors. On an annual basis, growth reached around 3.5%, showing a clear improvement from the previous quarter. Officials say the solid global demand and steady domestic activity supported the rebound. Tesla is planning to spend more than $25 billion this year, increasing investment in AI, robotics, and chips. CEO Elon Musk said the spending is aimed at building future revenue streams. However, investors reacted cautiously, sending Tesla shares lower after the announcement. The company is shifting focus toward self-driving technology and robotics as part of its long-term strategy. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
It's the morning drive. It's Mira Business FM. Coming up, the 7 signs you're doing well financially. That's next at Mira Business FM. Wherever you're watching or listening to this, or both, don't forget, hit subscribe.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive, and today it's all about a checklist next, and a lucky 7. Never sure why 7 is considered lucky, but it is apparently. So 7 sentences that reveal you're on the right financial path. It's the subject for a number of Instagram reels, TikTok posts. It's all over the internet. I can't find the original source for this, but it does make a lot of personal financial sense, and therefore is the topic of discussion this morning. James Thomas is with me, independent financial consultant. Lovely to see you.
Likewise. Good morning.
As it always is, good to see you. I like the energy. I shall try and match that.
Oh, you know.
So look, most of us, do you think this is fair? Most of us measure our success, I think this is probably still true, by our bank balances. Do you think, I think we kind of
That's
do.
a huge element, definitely. Either that or keeping up with our...
Or keeping up with the neighbours. Yeah.
the Joneses.
But
really, in personal
financial stability
is what's in the bank.
Yeah, so that it's more about behaviour, isn't it?
Yes.
Really? Yeah, okay. I just wanted to get that straight because I was thinking about this last night. How do you measure, how do you benchmark how well you're doing? Just ahead of this, because these are 7 sort of phrases.
It's very hard. It can be viewed very hard because it's one of those, it's another, as we've discussed before, it's still a taboo. We talk about most things with our friends and colleagues and family, but I get the impression finance is one area that we don't. So it creates that unknown. Are we doing well? Because we don't know what everyone around us is doing. Are we better? Are we worse? Now, we shouldn't really be comparing, which is where I think these 7 pointers are really useful, and why I forwarded to you. I felt it was just something more positive. We talk a lot of. I'm conscious a lot of our conversations can be potentially negative, or certainly things that you should be doing that you aren't doing. Whereas this was a nice list of things that hopefully can make you realise you're doing a lot better than perhaps you thought you were.
Well, I think that's a good point, because you can, for most of us, hit at least a couple of these kind of measures on this. And I think you're right. I think that gives you, you can take heart from that.
Definitely.
If you can put a tick by at least a couple of these, then you're on track. Whether you realise you are or not, that's kind of immaterial, but you are kind of on track. Let's delve into it.
Okay.
The first one is this, right? If you get to a point where you're not, and these are in no particular order, by the way, either. If you're not living paycheck to paycheck, you're not living month to month, I suppose that means there's a buffer there. You've got some breathing space. Maybe you can approach your kind of financial life, and therefore your life, with a little bit less stress, because you're not thinking, I need to get paid at the end of March, and it needs to be this. Do you know what I mean?
Very much so. And that's, again, one of the things that we've spoken about at length. You know, it's so you've done the budget, you've put your receipts in that fruit bowl on the table, you've worked out what you're spending all your money on.
Is that where you keep your receipts?
Whatever, you know, the bowl of. And why we've talked about it before, though, joking aside, because we don't look at our receipts, we don't really analyse what we're spending our money on. It's not the most exciting of things to do, but actually, once you've done it, you end up in this position.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
You're actually then taking that huge weight off your mind because, bills are paid. Everything I need is sorted. So therefore, and there's X left at the end. Brilliant. So that's actually my disposable. Yeah. Or I can save it. Or. But the key point is it's you that's in control of that, as opposed to it controlling you, because we're on what is the date today? The 23rd of the month. So we've got 7 or 8 days left, and you're not panicking. I still got another week to go before I get paid again.
That's what I mean by the buffer and that little bit of breathing space. So if you're at that point, that's kind of a check mark on the list.
Very much so.
You reminded me of 2 things there. I don't get receipts as much as I used to.
No, none
of
us do.
Generally, we don't. But you'd get your little card receipt, and I used to you'd get it, and I'd just bung it in my wallet. And every now and again, it would build up, and the wallet would get bigger, get uncomfortable when you sit down. Not that you should carry your wallet in your back pocket, of course, but I'd go through them. But one of the things about that is I'd think, okay, I'll try and get the discipline of looking at it and looking at what I've spent. And then I'll tear them up and throw them away. But that's quite a good exercise. And then I was reminded of something else. When I was a kid, I don't know if this was you, and I mean a little kid, I'd have been 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. You go shopping with your mother, and I'd go with my mum to the shop, and she'd get the receipt, and she'd come back, and I would be the one who would sit there. There wasn't a lot of money in those days. There still isn't, maybe. And I'd check as she put stuff in the cupboard, because she was really... She was super into her budget, because we didn't have...
No.
I'm not saying we were poor, because I'm not trying to make that out, but she was very careful. For obvious reasons. So I would tick it off as she put it in the cupboard. I think it was her way of sort of involving me rather than being
what a
super
great
budget.
way. What a great
with me.
practical way to instill
Haven't thought about it
an
for years.
idea of how to budget, how to plan, what these things cost. Because again, as a child, and indeed even as an adult, the cupboard is suddenly full of stuff.
Exactly.
Well, and especially now with an app, you just click, 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 click. Yeah. It arrives. The nice man brings it in the van. You bring it in. You don't see a receipt. You don't see a transaction. You don't open a wallet, a purse, and actually take out money.
Yeah.
You don't then come home. And what a great thing to do. How many people, I mean, when you have bought whatever it is online, do you check, especially if it's the fruit and veg delivery? So did you get what you paid for? Did it actually arrive? Did you get all the things that you wanted? Or is it a few days later, I'm sure I ordered X, Y, or Z.
Yeah.
But that moment has passed.
But it's about the control, isn't it? It's about making sure.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
And it's just a few minutes, check these things, and suddenly you end up being able to tick that first box because the discipline has been instilled, and then it just becomes a habit. It's not a chore. It's just something you do.
There's nothing to worry about.
And it's nothing to worry about.
Okay. So the first one, you're not living paycheck to paycheck. Yep. The second one, you know your essential costs, which is, again, it's budgeting also, isn't it? But
it is. But knowing your numbers, what's your rent? What's your mortgage payment? Yeah. Someone said to you, how much do you pay for your apartment, your villa? I don't know. Or do you know to the penny?
Oh, I know.
Now, great. And I'm not saying you do need to know to the penny, but certainly to the fill, but maybe to the dirham. Do you know what your DIY bill is? Roughly. Because then if it comes in and suddenly it's way, way higher, hang on a minute, normally it's 1,000 and suddenly it's 1,500. Well, why is that?
Yeah,
we had exactly this with ours, and it turned out our housing fee had been put up erroneously. And after toing and froing with the housing people, it was corrected. It took a couple of months, but there was a refund put back onto our account.
Yeah.
Now, again, it's 200 or 300 dirhams, but just because I was conscious, I was like, And then you think, well, have we got a leak? But it just makes you think, what is going on? As opposed to just blindly paying that bill and not paying attention to what that amount is.
Yeah.
So knowing your numbers.
It's being on top,
Being on top of these things.
Understand your fixed costs, your rent, your utilities, your groceries, whatever your general outgoings are. I was looking at this online. I Googled this exact point, actually. Okay. And there was one line that came back, and it was this. And I thought, okay, but it makes a point well. Mature spenders know their floor number, the minimum they need to survive. And I thought that was...
Again, great way to look at it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the second one. Third is you can handle a small emergency without panicking. So whatever life throws at you, life has a habit of getting in the way.
Doesn't it
let's be honest. So
the car breaks down, the washing machine packs up, the fridge freezer, the wrong moment. You've just filled it up at the week shop, and then the next morning you open the door and everything's defrosted.
Yeah. Exactly right. So life's curveballs. Can you handle life's financial curveballs? And if you're at that point...
Again, you're in a great position. I know the clip I sent you was very UK-centric, but some of those numbers were really quite frightening, the amount of people who cannot cope with those that situation occurring.
Well, let me give you an example here, okay? So think of it as like a panic meter, okay? If you see a 500 dirham repair bill, let's up the ante a little bit. You've got a 5,000 dirham repair bill. The air conditioning's gone down at home, and 5,000 dirhams.
This time of year is when it's going to happen.
If it's going to happen, it's now, okay?
It's been sitting there relatively idle all winter, and now...
Well, you're just switching it on, and of course that happens. If you see a 5,000 dirham repair bill and you're annoyed, that's a mature way to look at it, because it's a hindrance.
It's a hindrance
to your daily life. Got to get the man in.
Another one's gone down,
but you can afford to pay
you
it.
can pay it.
An immature person sees that bill, 5,000 dirhams, and it terrifies them. And that's kind of the difference.
What am I going to do? How am I going to pay this? Yes.
Yeah. And if you can do it without having to reach for a credit card as well. Not that there's anything wrong with credit cards, said it a million times.
Yep.
But if you can do it and you don't have to worry about, you don't have to borrow the money to do it, that's a tick on the list.
Huge tick.
Yeah, okay. That's a milestone as well, I think. Fourth point, and this is an interesting one, this I'll just give the line and you can run away with this one, because this is very much your area. The fourth point is you've started investing.
Yep. Again, there was a statistic attached to this. A huge amount of people have not started investing.
Yeah.
But this was, again, so you've reached the point where you've got that emergency reserve. You know that you know your numbers, you know where your money is going, what your fixed costs are to run your household for the month. And then you said, right, I now need to start planning for the future, whatever that amount is. You've started that process.
Yeah.
You're now in a position where every month an amount is put aside to make for the long term, not just for that cash reserve, but for your retirement. So when you decide to stop working, you're actually now saving for that. So that, again, is a huge step forward, huge milestone in someone's financial planning.
I mean, it's critical, isn't it? That, as soon as you've paid off any debt and you month by month, you're sorted and you're sort of leveled up.
Yeah.
Here's a phrase. You'll like this, actually. I looked this up as well. Completely not an original thought in my head today.
Nope.
You've stopped working for money and started making money work for you.
Fantastic.
I knew you'd like that. You could have that one for free.
But it is, again, sounds very cheesy, but it's so true.
Yeah.
Your money is now doing stuff for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
As opposed to for everyone else around you. And again, I think people lose sight of that this stuff, because it's becoming more and more, what's the word I'm looking? It's the opposite of real.
Unreal?
Unreal, yeah, but it's not, is it? It's
fake.
It's in the ether, because we don't.
I know what you mean.
We don't go to our wallet, our purse, and have a bunch of notes. It's not even a card anymore. It's
intangible.
It's intangible. That's the word. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's a number in somewhere. Where is our bank account? We call it a bank account, but it's not now a piggy bank sitting on the shelf. It's, and I think because of that, if you're not careful, you can lose the reality of what it is.
Yeah.
Whereas all these points are just bringing that back. And once you've mastered those first four and then starting investing, it's just a really good sign that you actually are in control of it, as opposed to it controlling you.
Even if it's just a small amount.
Yeah,
so it doesn't
even
matter,
a small amount.
it?
That does not matter.
Yeah.
And as I say I think we've mentioned your son before, someone who's in their 20s, just starting out. Even if it's the smallest of amounts, but that's the time to. Just because once you've started, again, it's become a habit. Yeah, I've been saving £50 a month. Brilliant. 250 dirhams, whatever it is, because it's been put aside. It's been put aside. You are now in control to the point where you're saving for your future.
Exactly. So number 4 is you've started investing. Number 5 is you question larger purchases and you don't buy on impulse. So here we are. We live in an era of literally a click on a phone, and it will be at your door.
Which is what we've discussed before.
We have.
Put it in that box or the checkout and leave it.
Yeah.
And this is exactly where this one comes into. Don't buy it on impulse. If you want to buy it, again, as we keep saying, or I always say, I'm not here to tell you not to do things, but just take that pause, come back to it.
It's a 24-hour rule.
Yeah.
Right. So this was the thing. If you want something, you put it in the cart and then close the tab or put your phone down. If you go back tomorrow at the same time, because it's in your head, then that's a good time to buy it. Because immediate kind of impulse urges generally fade, and it's resisting those. I find it really hard, I got to say, because I'm like, I want it now. And it's that immediacy.
Yeah.
But that's all of us. So if you can actually say, why do I need this? Do I really want this? Can I afford this? All of those questions.
But all of these apps, all of these sites, they're designed for that purpose. They're not there.
Well, they email you now and say
of
you've left
course.
something in your car. And I
Yeah.
think, oh, did I? I forgot.
So
And-
even more evidence, if it was needed, that these things are not for our benefit. While they feel like they are, they're to extract that intangible and turn it in, and it feels like it's turning it into a tangible item, which is fine. But it's still that, just to take that step. Do I need it? And as you say, when you start getting those emails, because I had that the other day, and oh yes, just the penny drops, doesn't it? This is not.
You're a cynical soul,
I am.
James Thomas. No, but that's fair.
But it's true.
But that's number 5 on the list. Number 6, you don't let other people control your spending. The real hard one, I think, for a lot of people is kind of the social aspects, the peer pressure.
Yes.
You feel like you want to keep up with your friends. You don't have to.
No, absolutely not. Do you need to wear the latest and greatest item? Do you need to have that new bit
Trainers.
of tech, trainers? Whatever it is, there's something that there's pressure. And again, the apps and the sites we've just spoken about, again, it'll be front and center. Get the latest gadget, gizmo, pair of trainers, dress, shirt, whatever it is. But don't be pressurized. If you want it, again, buy it. But
I was on
why, we're all guilty, I'm sure. There'll be things in on our shelves, in our wardrobes, that we've
Yeah, I know.
never, ever, I don't like that.
Don't even start me on that. The number of T-shirts still with labels on it drives me insane. I was on Instagram the other day looking at somebody who was looking at vests or singlets, designer singlets.
Yep.
It was somebody in the US, and it was it was some designer maker. I don't even know what it was. $600 for a vest, and I thought,
There you
wow.
go.
And then it was. This is not even the start. She got up to $2,000
For a vest.
for a singlet, a vest. It was nice, probably very well made, but
You would certainly hope so.
that's 7,000 dirhams for a vest.
That's a significant spend.
Set me a challenge. I'll get you one for 10 dirhams, and it'll be pretty good. It'll wash well too. But that's the point.
It is.
So, number 6 on the list. Let's move to the next one. You don't let other people control your spending. Sorry, that's where we are. It's the ability for you to say no to a luxury trip or dinner. You can't afford it. But, your real friends, mature friends, will be like, no, I understand. That's fine. It's not about keeping up, is the point,
No.
isn't it? Okay. There was another phrase I had. Oh, here it is. People who respect you won't care about your bank account. People who care about your bank account don't respect you.
Oh, you're
I tell you,
putting that all out today.
I know the
But it's
internet
so
memes
true.
today. But it is true, and it's worth remembering, I think. The last one, and this is kind of the more kind of ethereal thing, but I think equally as important in this list of 7 lines that show that you're doing well financially, is you're curious and you're proactive about learning. You want
to know more.
emphasize curiosity. Is reading a book about finance a sign of maturity? Money is a skill as much as anything is.
Very
I
much
think.
so.
Yeah.
But it's, like we've said, when people come to see me, the ones that ask the most questions are generally the ones that will go ahead with whatever it is we're proposing. Because 1, they understand, and 2, they have that thirst for knowledge, that they want to know what they're doing and why they're doing it. And once they've crossed over that, rather than just yeah, that's great, and moving on, 9 times out of 10, that doesn't go any further.
But
because
you must have clients, though, that you just walk in with the plan or the idea and they're just like, yeah, do it, yep, tick, yep, do it, signed it. And
on occasion, yes.
But not that often.
But it almost makes me want to ask questions on there. Do you understand? Have you? Yeah. We trust you, James, and that's lovely position. I know it's a real. What it is, because they've trusted you to give you that advice, but it's still nice when those questions are asked, because there's no such thing as a stupid question. And if someone then comes to me, I've been reading about X, Y, or Z, or I've seen this, or seen, well, that's great, because it's a topic that's now reached a level that they want to know more. They want to expand their horizons. They want to have these discussions. They want to know about where their money's being invested, why they've taken out particular things, which for me is only a positive.
So, just to recap, the 7 signs that you're doing well financially. You're not living paycheck to paycheck. You know your essential costs. You can handle a small emergency without panicking. You've started investing. You question larger purchases. Don't buy on impulse. You don't let other people control your spending. And you're curious and proactive about learning. So, if you put a tick next to a few of those, I reckon 3 out of 4 is a pretty good start.
Great start, and it's then something to build on. Some of those areas you may not want to or don't feel you need to, but if there's areas, pick 1 or 2 and go, yeah, I'm going to focus on that, and then get that tick as well. And then suddenly you're in such a strong position.
It's good common sense stuff today. That was good. I enjoyed that. James Thomas is an independent financial consultant. Always good to see you.
Likewise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
Good morning, it's 11:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. South Korea's economy recorded its fastest quarterly growth in over 5 years in the first quarter of 2026. Its GDP expanded by about 2%, driven by strong exports, especially in semiconductors. On an annual basis, growth reached about 3.5%, showing a clear improvement from the previous year. Or the previous quarter, and officials say solid global demand and steady domestic activity supported the rebound. Tesla is now planning to spend more than $25 billion this year, increasing investment in AI, robotics, and chips. CEO Elon Musk said the spending is aimed at building future revenue streams. However, investors reacted cautiously, sending Tesla shares lower after the announcement. The company is shifting focus towards self-driving technology and robotics as part of its long-term strategy. Lufthansa Group has cut around 20,000 flights from its summer schedule as fuel costs rise due to the Iran conflict. The cuts are mainly on short-haul routes and signal a challenging season for European airlines. Instead of expanding, airlines are now focusing on profitability and earning more per flight. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at around $78,200 and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.62 Indian rupees, 76.11 Pakistani rupees, 33.47 Bangladeshi taka, 16.48 Philippine peso, 14.16 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.95 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our WhatsApp and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
It's the creative economy now on the morning drive here at Mira Business FM, an economy that is currently doubling down on resilience and reinvention, I think. Gallery openings, public art cross-industry collaboration. We have some exciting flagship programming. And it's a full month this year, positioning the arts as both, I guess, a cultural force and a business driver in uncertain times. So from April the 18th, just begun, to May the 18th, Al Sakal Art Month is bringing together more than 16 exhibitions, major group shows. There are grants up for grabs and citywide partnerships as well, and it's all designed to sustain momentum across the UAE's creative sector. Kevin Jones is the artistic director at Al Sakal, and with me in the studio. It's good to meet you.
Likewise, nice to be here.
Very good to have you here. Look, I wanted to start because we're in a tough spot at the moment. It's been a tough couple of months, of course, given the regional situation. How are you doing right now, and what's the mood across the community, the art community?
Yeah. Well, listen, the art community, I would describe it as a kind of cautious buoyancy. I feel a lot of the practitioners, artists are very eager still to create work. I don't know many people in our circles who have retreated, who have sort of, thrown up their hands or gone into a waiting mode. I feel, I did a talk last weekend with two early career artists, and both of them are eager to show, eager to make new work, engage with their respective audiences. Gallerists, I feel, are the same. When we started talking we have 16 galleries in Al Sakal Avenue, contemporary art galleries. They are all finding ways of coping, of re-engaging with collectors. They're still opening shows. There's a lot of activity going on. So I would say people are buoyant. They want to do things in a positive way, but the times have shifted so much that we're always very cautious, and you move from one political stalemate to the next, and that's how time tends to sort of divide itself up now.
Yeah, I mean, it very much reflects the way the rest of Dubai. I don't want to separate you from Dubai.
No.
Obviously, you're part of the community, but it's just interesting to hear. How has the current climate, if you can even answer this, but has it changed the way you view resilience, because that is the word of the moment, in the art world at all?
I find the art world has always had to be very resilient here. The artists and the creative industries, they've fought their way up a little bit from the bottom. I mean,
it's a tough world, isn't
it
it?
Is a tough world. I mean, the Dubai government and the UAE leadership have really changed. That ecosystem has been built carefully over the years. I think also we are fortunate to have the support of the Al Sakal family, which has a tremendous commitment to the arts. So those two things have conspired to help us kind of build an ecosystem. But I've been here for 20 years now, and I remember the early days of galleries who, were creating audiences at that time. The audience of collectors was very small, and they were building cultural curiosity through programs, film screenings, things that didn't necessarily have to do with the selling of the work on the wall. And I feel that was a sign of resilience back then. It's a sort of, how can you be creative about, survival, growth, and building your business as a gallerist. So I feel that has always been there. Obviously now it's intensified, it's amplified itself a little bit more, so they need to be even more creative.
I mean, we forget, don't we, that, Al Sakal's around since,
15 years now.
2007, 2008. We forget that it was, that was almost out of this world at that point. That was a new kind of frontier, wasn't it?
Completely. Yeah. So that shifted, that moment in 2008 when the first gallery moved into Al Sakal Avenue at that time, which was half of the size of the plot that it is now. Yeah. It really shifted the art world here, because prior to that, the galleries were there. They were very fragmented at different places. Around Al Quoz seemed to be the place where they more or less gravitated. You had a few in Jumeirah, some in DIFC. That tended to sort of galvanize everyone in one spot. So everyone came together. And once you had the galleries there, you needed to start providing services for them, right? So you needed to have F&B and other retail concepts. And then the creative industries sort of layered themselves into that. So all of the sort of apparel, design, we have an art house cinema as well at that time. These are all things that sort of layered themselves onto the bedrock of the galleries over time.
It really changed things. I want to get into talking about Art Month in a moment, but I'm interested in where we are now because we're all in this moment, if you like. But has the regional tension has that impacted the way you plan, the way you program at Al Sakal at all?
So I feel that we've always had a tradition of responsive programming. I feel that we do a lot of programming. Over the years, we program consistently from probably November to May. At one point, we also programmed relatively heavily in the summer as well, but I would say the core of the program is from November to May. We do about 5,000 programs across those years. And it's always been very responsive and relevant to what we feel the audiences really want. I think at Al Sakal, we have a sort of internal North Star of showing people things they haven't seen before, of being that sort of place where you go to discover things that, are pretty much outside of your parameters, let's say. And I feel that this is a moment where we have responded once again to what's going on in the world. Another example of that was in 2023 when Gaza first erupted. In November of that year, we did a show in collaboration with the Palestinian Museum in the West Bank and the Barjeel Collection, the foundation here in Sharjah, to create a show called On This Land. And it was a show in concrete, which is our major exhibition hall in the center of Al Sakal Avenue. And this show looked at Gaza, either through the prism of artists from Gaza or artists working about Gaza. It was an art historical show. I think our oldest piece was from 1936 from the Barjeel collection. Also a contemporary art component to that, equally from the Barjeel collection. And interestingly, a digital archive from the Palestinian Museum, which was kind of printed on the walls and looked around. So the audience reaction to that was tremendous. It was highly emotional at a time when, October 7th was still very fresh. And the disproportionate kind of response to that was kind of flooding the news, and people were reacting to that. And we stopped everything. We really stopped all of our other programming to do that show. And we did that show in a matter of weeks. Similarly now, I think we'll talk about Deja Vu, the big show in concrete during Art Week, during Art Month. But it's a similar thing. Like, we needed to say something about the current situation. Sure. And I think we've approached it differently this time. I think there's a little bit of a dark humor to our approach with Deja Vu. Okay. But yeah, we needed to say something because our audiences want to know, what does everyone think? What is everyone going through? And we want to sort of rally them around some thought provocation in a way.
Well, your community is kind of a barometer for the time, isn't it?
Yeah.
It just is. So Al Sakal Art Week is now a month. It's an art month. It runs to May the 18th. And you're kind of doubling down, if you like, during a time when, we've talked about this, it's uncertain globally. But why did you go from a week to a month? What led to that decision?
Well, again, it's down to responsiveness and responsibility, I think. Okay. We always complain about not having enough time. Like, all the projects we do say, if I had another week, I would do it this way. Okay. Now we had, the opportunity to do more because Art Dubai had shifted by some time, and we would have normally done our programming in April when Art Dubai was supposed to have, because the situation Art Dubai moved. And so we were faced with a kind of gap in time. Like, we could actually fill up this month if we wanted to with things to do. Right. The Art Month occurs under a thematic. It's a thematic which is also a line in a sculpture. Sculptures by Shilpa Gupta, an Indian artist, and this is a sculpture that sits in the yard, which is the main square in Al Sakal Avenue. It's a neon work, like words sort of on a scaffolding. And the words say, "Still a sky we hold." And again, we found this compelling. The idea of the sky is an evident, reference to our preoccupations over the past couple of weeks, or 50 days, more or less.
Sure.
But it was this idea of still, which was interesting, to the point of resilience that you brought up earlier. But holding also emerged as a nice metaphor for what we're trying to do during this month. This is a month really of partnerships that we have, but that we don't necessarily activate. So, for example, with Art Dubai, we're doing a a series that will be shown in the yard as well on 2 giant screens that we have there. It's called Moving, and it's a series of moving image works by artists from the galleries that are both in Art Dubai and in Al Sakal Avenue. It will be shown on both sites, so the yard screens with us and at the site of the fair from the 14th to the 17th of May. In a place that they're calling the Creative Commons. It's like a cinema majlis where these video works will be shown. We're also partnering with Jameel Arts Centre potentially to welcome their gift shop and previous programs that they've done. Beit Al Mamsar, which is an independent cultural space in Al Qasais. They have a publishing arm called Bam Bam, so we're welcoming them during the month. NYU Abu Dhabi as well. There's a certain absurdity to MFA students who can't actually convene and meet, and this is even more absurd in the context of performing arts, where everything is online. Yeah. So we're giving spaces to people to actually convene, create, and move forward. And the month was designed kind of strategically on 5 key principles that we believe in, 5 beliefs that the institution holds. And each of these beliefs kind of generated a strand of different programming. So you've got sort of public interventions, artist takeovers, community, which is the Déjà Vu film, sort of how do artists self-organize as well. We believe in this kind of capacity that artists have to, sort of, we can relinquish control and give an artist a program, and it's sort of interesting to see what comes out of that.
I was going to say, it's interesting, slightly scary at times to see what will come out as well, I guess.
We've never been too disappointed, I'd have to say, over time.
It's the anticipation of that, I guess. You've mentioned Déjà Vu a couple of times. Tell me about Déjà Vu.
So Déjà Vu is an entirely new format for us. So it's a multi-gallery exhibition that takes place in concrete. It will open on Saturday, April 25th, and will run to May 8th. So concrete being our main sort of exhibition building in the center of Al Sakal Avenue. It's the prompt for it was really, how can we help the galleries? How can we give them an opportunity in a time of sort of market uncertainty in terms of collectors?
Yeah.
The collectors, again, are unpredictable during this time. We wanted to bring them together. So there are 20 galleries, 16 within our community, 4 from elsewhere in the UAE. We've curated the show around the idea of déjà vu, which has 3 strands. One of these strands is historical. We're talking about the absurdity of history repeating itself. I mean, you know the kind of famous expression from Marx that history repeats itself first as tragedy and secondly as farce. And we're trying to look at, everyone in the region has an index to some kind of conflict, some kind of conflagration, as recently as Ukraine and Gaza, as far away potentially as the Gulf War, and anything in between. So, but when we see these things happening anew, they're different. Something has changed, and we recall the old one, but it's also tinted by what's happening now. Okay. And we wanted to explore historically what are artists saying about that? What are artists like? How are artists working with that idea of this mismatching, this glitch of memory? There are a lot of artists who work with the idea of the glitch of memory. The second strand is the uncanny. So it's this idea that when you have déjà vu, your mind can't process, right? Is this now? Is it then? Is it familiar? Is it alien? And again, we wanted to look at that gap. There's a certain unease that happens with that, but we want to explore it in terms of, there's something humorous about déjà vu in a way. It's a dark humor, but you're outside of this situation looking into it, right? You're somehow analyzing it with a kind of irony.
It's kind of out of body, isn't it?
It is, it is.
Yeah.
And the last strand of the show looks at language, and language no longer functions as something that's a reliable marker of the real. This thing does not necessarily represent that because it's a site of slippage and untrustworthy language, which we have many, many examples of in the media today. I mean, I feel that the show kind of unpacks that as well. Artists who are working with these slippages of language, how language is no longer reliable, how language, repeated language almost cancels itself out. It becomes a kind of cacophony of meaninglessness. So we've packed all of this into the show. As I said, it's the first time we've done a multi-gallery format like that. It is a commercial show, meaning it's a selling show. We want to engage with a collector base So our audience kind of targets with this are really looking at a kind of, I don't want to say a young collector because it has nothing to do with age, but a collector who may be at the early part of the journey, for whom, walking into a gallery is not always the most natural thing. And I think in this context, it'll be a little easier. The pricing is very transparent. I mean, there's a price list. The galleries are there we're there as well to discuss the work, to discuss the curation, why these artists matter, where they are in their careers. I think also what we see as collector behavior, at least in Al Sakal, that a lot of collectors are loyal to a couple of galleries, but they may not always be aware of the artistic practices showcased in galleries just kind of down the lane. And in this show, a lot of artistic practices that have never, ever been shown together will intersect. So someone walking into the show will be able to see something like, Sadiq Al-Fraji, represented by IAM Gallery, in conversation with a photograph by Farah Al-Qasimi, represented by the Third Line. But these are practices that don't necessarily overlap. We've put them in dialogue. So it's kind of a first in that respect as well, that we're hoping that this kind of cross-pollination will excite even, seasoned, experienced collectors.
It's a lot happening, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a huge amount. I was going to say, take a breath for a moment, but there is so much to talk about. Let me come back to investing in art. You mentioned buyers there, and obviously, it is a selling show. There's a growing trend, I think, of high net worth investors in the Gulf looking at contemporary art perhaps as a hedge against inflation, as there always is. Are you seeing any signs of a shift in the type of art buyer? Is it still just the collectors? Are we seeing more corporate buyers looking for, maybe long-term value? What's your experience?
So I've met a little bit of all of the types that you've just described. So the corporate buyer, the family business in Dubai, there are many, many family businesses. I find family offices. These are investing, deeply in contemporary art today. I feel, speaking to some of the galleries, speaking to some of the collectors, that yes, we are seeing people investing in art because cash is unreliable. That is a sure thing, a sure investment. So I think both of those things are there. I also feel that there is a growing collector class that many people have contributed to developing. This cultural curiosity is starting to bear fruits in terms of art collection, of collecting practices that are becoming more sophisticated as well. A mix of what's happening here locally, but also people going to international fairs and collecting there. So there's, I feel that it's a very interesting time to understand the collector class, and we'll see. I mean, you see the changes in the region as well. Doha, there's an Art Basel in Doha that launched last year. In October, Abu Dhabi Art has now become a Frieze art fair. So these are serious moments and serious kind of convenings around contemporary art for collectors.
Let me ask you a little bit about, we're slightly short on time, unfortunately, but grants and initiatives for artists, I guess even more of an imperative right now. And I know that you're putting actual capital behind the community with your grant programs. In a market where investment capital is becoming more and more selective, how do the grants offered help protect, what's the phrase, the soul, if you like, of the creative scene here, in Dubai in particular?
Well, I feel that we believe that it's always important to support practitioners, like throughout, whether it's in times of, like this kind of tricky financial and political times. I feel like because of what we were talking about earlier with the growth of the scene, it's important to provide spaces, to provide opportunities, to provide funding for artists and cultural practitioners. Our residency, so the Al Sakal Arts Foundation, which is our nonprofit, runs a residency cycle and also has research grants for artists. So that has continued. We've done that from the very beginning of the foundation. And now what's happening, there are two initiatives. One is called Blank Space, which is really for creative collectives. So this is run by Al Sakal Avenue, which is, as I said, the place where the actual physical location where We have many warehouse spaces. So there was an open call for creative collectives to have a space. So it's not necessarily a grant, but it is a space for 4 weeks that coincides with our Art Month for these collectives to come together and to benefit themselves, obviously, but also the communities in which they sit and the circles around them. So they program back for our audiences, so there will be programming around them. So this is finalizing. The selection is being finalized now, and I think they start moving in shortly. So we'll watch that space to see how that helps improve their businesses as well. The foundation is also doing a program of grants that will help practitioners during this time with projects that they need just a little extra push with. So projects that may be stalled, projects that are incomplete, projects that they maybe need to go back to the research drawing board once again and look at. How can we help them, push it through so that things don't get stalled or that they don't go stagnant during a time when, they may be sort of existentially worried.
There's a lot more to talk about, Kevin.
Yes.
We are out of time. We're over time. Just don't tell anybody. We'll get away with it. Al Sakal Art Month from Art Week. It runs until May the 18th. Kevin Jones is the artistic director at Al Sakal. I really appreciate you coming in.
Likewise. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai's Community Development Authority has signed an agreement with Louis Vuitton to boost career opportunities for Emiratis and people of determination. The partnership will offer training and jobs in areas like retail, craftsmanship, and fashion. It also focuses on workplace inclusion with tailored support and opportunities for people of determination. Officials say the move supports long-term career growth and strengthens Dubai's focus on empowerment and skills development. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai, has announced a new Dubai Metro Gold Line, marking the city's largest public transport expansion. The 34 billion dirhams project will add about 25% to the metro network and is set for completion by the end of 2032. The 42-kilometer line will be fully underground, connecting 15 key areas across Dubai, and officials say the project will boost connectivity as the city continues to grow. The Sharjah Chamber of Commerce and Industry has discussed ways to boost trade and investment with India's private sector. The talks aim to strengthen business ties and expand opportunities between Sharjah and India. SCCI Chairman Abdullah Sultan Al Owais met with India's ambassador to the UAE, Dr. Deepak Mittal, to explore further collaboration in this regard. Officials highlighted that Sharjah's business-friendly environment and its potential as a hub for Indian companies has been growing rapidly. UAE motorists are likely to see a big drop in fuel prices in May, and oil prices have eased from March highs but remain relatively strong. Brent is trading near $103 while US crude is around $93 per barrel. Prices are set based on the previous month's average. This means May rates will reflect April's levels, which are still elevated. South Korea's economy recorded its fastest quarterly growth in over 5 years in the first quarter of 2026. Its GDP expanded by about 2%, driven by strong exports, especially in semiconductors. On an annual basis, growth reached around 3.5%, showing a clear improvement from the previous quarter. Officials say solid global demand and steady domestic activity supported the rebound. Tesla is now planning to spend more than $25 billion this year on increasing investment in AI, robotics, and chips. CEO Elon Musk said the spending is aimed at building future revenue streams. However, investors reacted cautiously, sending Tesla shares lower after the announcement. Lufthansa Group has cut around 20,000 flights from its summer schedule as fuel costs rise due to the Iran conflict. The cuts are mainly on short-haul routes and signal a challenging season for European airlines. Instead of expanding, airlines are now focusing on profitability and earning more per flight. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our WhatsApp, X, and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good afternoon and welcome to Midday Majlis with myself, Sahar Mushtaq, here on Mira Business FM, where conversations connect and ideas come alive right at midday. Before we dive in, remember that you can catch us live on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, and on Telegram as well. Our podcast is available on all your favorite platforms. You can listen to them anytime, anywhere. And let's talk about today on the show. Let's talk about where the smart money is going right now. Because despite everything happening globally, the UAE investors aren't really pulling back. They're making strategic moves, especially when it comes to investing. So what's behind that confidence and what should investors be paying attention to? Joining us is George Nadaf, Managing Director for eToro at Mina. And George, welcome to the show. We're really happy to have you join us and talk about this important topic.
Hi, Sahar. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's a great pleasure being here.
We're happy to connect with you. Now, George, let me start with this question here, which is, despite the regional uncertainties at the moment, we're seeing that the UAE investors remain active and confident. So from your perspective, what's driving that at the moment?
Yeah, phenomenal. What we're witnessing recently is an amazing high level of adaptability, resilience, and flexibility across investors in the United Arab Emirates. And I will split my answer basically into two. The first one is connected to what I have witnessed recently in the within the investors' activity during the uncertainty period. And the next part of my answer would be connected to the survey we have conducted across investors within UAE. So for the first part, basically, what I have witnessed recently, that many investors during the uncertainty period became more active, trying to capture the movement of market. So they had a shift from the passive investment into more dynamic one, trying to capture mainly commodities, trying to get the maximum out of the market. And once the situation is over, we saw them taking better positions in terms of long-term investment and passive investment. So in a nutshell, basically, we saw a high level of adaptability to the situation. That's what I have witnessed technically on the ground. Now, when it comes to the survey we have conducted across
Yeah, I
more
was
than
actually really interested in knowing. So what did you get to know from the survey itself?
Amazing. So basically, as per this survey that basically have been conducted within more than 1,000 investors in United Arab Emirates, trying to understand more or less the outlook and the sentiment and the forward thinking of investors in the United Arab Emirates, we saw amazing results, which is connected to what I have witnessed technically, okay, from the ground. So as per the survey, we saw that 80% of the investors have adjusted or plan to adjust their portfolio in response to geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, with a third already have done so. So that's actually show a high level of resilience and flexibility. And in response, we saw 56% are buying more precious metals, 40% of them are buying more energy commodities. And basically, these the two sectors that moved a lot during the uncertainty when it comes to gold and oil sectors. And we saw that investors are taking the opportunities to get engaged more and more in their day-to-day trading.
Well, that's really
In terms
interesting
of
to see such a huge number being so interested in
yeah, it
investing
shows
into the commodities right now.
yeah, Sahar, it shows a high level of adaptability and it shows a high level of financial literacy. Again, like they are trying to capture the movement in markets, they're trying to adapt the changes, they're trying to take the maximum out of that, okay, during the tension period. Then once everything is over, we saw another shift toward passive investment, thinking for long-term investment, trying to buy the depth. You know, in general, in tension or in geopolitical tension, in general, you see commodities going up, stocks going down, and investors understand this, and they're trying to take the opportunity. So basically, they became active, capturing the trend with commodities. Once the trend is over, basically they moved again to stocks for a long-term investment, buying in better prices, thinking for a long term.
Right. So from this, we learned that there is, of course, volatility in the market, but at the same time, there is opportunity and people are ready to take their chances. So, can you please tell us, George, what kind of new opportunities are opening up right now for retail investors in the UAE, let's say?
I would say volatility in general is opening an entry points for investors. It increased the probability of getting better opportunities, I would say. So, and what we have, as I mentioned, what we have seen when we saw a high level of volatility in terms of commodities, so investors moved there to take the opportunities. And once the trend is over, they came back to buy or purchase stock for a long period where stock market dropped in reaction to what happened in the region. So in general, volatility creates lots of better entry point for investors. And due to the fact that the investors, the nowadays investors are have high level of financial literacy, basically they know how to capture, how to maneuver in between, move to active, then get back to passive investment. And that's what they did. And that's what we have seen.
Right. And they do have the financial literacy, as you've said. They are really willing to explore their chances. There is opportunity, as we did say earlier. So now, and from what we know, the UAE has long positioned itself as a stable financial hub, right? So in times like these as well, how is the country reinforcing that image for both local and the international investors at the moment?
I would say that UAE economy has shown strong resilience and adaptability, positioning it among the world's fastest rebounding economies. Okay, there is a precedent for this. During the post-COVID period, the UAE recovered relatively quickly, supported by strong policies and governance. So, if we check the index of DFM, we saw that in 2021 it rebounded to higher level than before Corona. Okay, and a key strength in the United Arab Emirates, a solid fiscal position supported by strong services, giving flexibility to navigate global economic and geopolitical pressures. So, in a nutshell, Sahar, the economy here, we're living in a United Arab Emirates, and we see the amazing vibes, and we see the growth, and the forward thinking of the government, the support they are doing here, the amount of comfort for investors in United Arab Emirates is very high, and we see it all across the board. Investors in general in United Arab Emirates have a high level of support and trust for the economy, and we see that in their actions when it comes to investment in the short term and the long term.
Right. So we haven't really seen a big shift in their behavior, right, when it comes to investing from the UAE, sorry. And so, what about globally and from the wider GCC? Have you seen any shift in investors' behaviors?
I would say that it's similar. Like when I tested within the United Arab Emirates, the global and the local investors here, we saw more or less the same behavior when it comes to understanding the market, trying to capture the short-term investment, get the maximum out of that, then have a shift toward passive investment, diversifying portfolios across global assets and local assets as well. We see that in the local markets with DFM and Abu Dhabi Stock Exchange also, we see a nice demand and shift toward buying the local stocks in order to get the advantage of the depth, okay, thinking for a long term, which is, again, show a high level of comfort and confidence within the local economy.
Right. And we've been hearing a lot about increased exposure to oil and gold. And you've also mentioned it now during this interview. So, what's behind this trend? Can you just tell us a bit about it? And why are these assets particularly attractive right now?
I would say, like during the first quarter of the year, we saw a nice movement both in gold and oil. And the main drive for that, first of all, is the weak dollar. Okay, and people just wanted to hedge themselves against the weakness of the currency. Okay, that's from the first perspective. Oil in general is correlated to tensions. When you have tensions in the market, basically you see a nice momentum with the high vibes around gold. It's driven by the high demand for oil, and it's driven by also a concern about the supply. That's actually what pushed the oil market up during uncertainty. From the other side, in golds, basically, it's mainly for hedging themselves from the weaken of the dollar. So again, it's the approach of hedging yourself against inflation, okay? And that's actually what drive gold and oil to get in higher prices in the last, I would say, quarter, or even I would say in the last year.
Right. And let's say for everyday investors watching us or listening to us right now, it can feel overwhelming to navigate uncertain markets, especially now. So, what practical advice would you give them to stay confident while also being disciplined?
In general, I'm not giving advices, but my advice to investors in general is, first of all, you need to diversify your portfolio. You need to understand what are you doing. You need to understand the fundamental behind the market. You need to understand why the dollar is getting weak and what are the chances that dollar will getting strong in the future. It's you need to have this analysis. You need to get access to market. You need to read more. You need to understand why I'm investing, what is the target behind my investment. And it's not only to invest just for the sake of investment, but basically you need to have a clear target, why I'm investing, and what should I expect from market, which is another important point for a new joiner to the market. Managing expectations, what the market can deliver on a yearly base, on a monthly base, on a quarterly base. And once you have match between your expectations and what the markets can deliver, you will have a nice, I would say, match with your needs. Then you will start getting more and more information and knowledge about market. Gradually, it takes time. But all you need is to expose yourself, to diversify your portfolio, to understand the fundamental, to understand the short-term trend and the passive investment with the long-term trend as well.
Right. So the research is something that plays a key role here and understanding of where and how you're investing, right? And keeping the risk factor in mind as well, I guess.
100% Sahar, and that's actually our main vision at eToro, is to open the global market to everyone in a simple and transparent way. So basically, if you go to eToro and you will see the amount of knowledge we are providing to our investors, ensuring that they are getting the knowledge and the first steps in markets. We believe in that. We believe that education is a key. Education is very important and crucial. So you can build your investment with knowledge, with comfort, and you can grow your wealth and knowledge by time. You can use the academy, you can use the social feed in which you can connect with more than 45 million users worldwide to understand, to share, to open it, and to get more insights about what's happening in the stock market and the global market in general.
Right. And George, finally, as we look ahead, do you expect this trend towards safe haven or commodity based investing to continue, or could we see another shift soon?
Sahar, it's a cycle in general. Once everything is over, market will get back to normality. And the normality of market is basically driven by other decisions. Now, the dominant event is the tension and the geopolitical tension. Last year, we had the tariff issue, right? But in
Yes.
general, markets have these cycles, and this will change. This will change even, I would say, soon. Okay, and we will get back talking about the Federal Reserve. Getting back talking about the interest rate in the market and other elements that are driving the market, the inflation, all these data. So I believe that the hedging period is relevant for the tension period. It creates lots of volatility and a better, I would say, entry point with many strategies, dollar cost averaging, or trying to follow and and capture the opportunities. But in general, the current situation is driven by tensions. Once it's over, market will get back to normality. Then passive investors will jump into market again and start diversify their portfolios for the long term.
Right. And we would love to see that happening soon, hopefully. George, thank you so much for joining us and sharing those insights. It's fascinating, really, to see how even in uncertain times, investors here in the UAE are finding ways to stay resilient and make those strategic moves at the same time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sahar. Have an amazing day.
You too. Goodbye. And to all of you who are listening to us, whether you are a seasoned investor or just starting out, staying informed is the key. Doing the research, knowing what you're going to invest in is what is going to give you profits, I would say, and returns. So do your research and just be informed, especially in times like these. Stay with us for more conversations later on, right here on Midday Majlis. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.